Well, here we are, one more time. Yeah, I think the YouTube side of things is going to be very happy. I get to do this again. But I've been trying to consolidate all of my thoughts on this game. It's also weird because I'm streaming during the day, but I had a realization that I don't have any better time than my usual video editing time to do one more stream of this game. Also because this sort of compensates for the 16th of March, because I'll be missing a stream day. So I'll be down a day, as it were, so might as well. You know, might as well. If I don't have any, I don't have really any clips I want to edit, you know, it's like, I think I have a few moments here and there in other streams that I could do, but honestly, I think the difficulty is truly that I find it difficult to edit, to like, I can't do the clip farming thing, you know? I was like, I can't do the whole, I'm going to try and set up a moment so I can make it as a marketable clip later. It's like, I can't do it. I think in many ways I'm not really built for the modern internet. I realized it this morning. It's like, oh, well, because I posted about stream on Twitter and Blue Sky, and it's like, well, you need to use hashtags on Blue Sky, but not on Twitter. You need to, but visibility is bad either way. So it's like, okay, how do I post properly? How do I talk about things? In truth, it's just, you know, it's like, as long as I get the word out consistently, I don't think it matters. You know, one day it'll make sense, but it's difficult, right? And the same is true for video games in general, right? Because games like this, like hundreds of games like Slay the Princess, come out all the time. And it's really a matter of hitting, you know, getting lightning to strike and doing the best work you can that you get your moment. You get your shot, and then your shot gets to go through, and you suddenly get to be seen. And that's not easy. And it's certainly not easy to keep trying, right? It's sort of it's like job applications now too, where it's, you have to keep throwing your shot and hoping you land it. It's not like when you write or when you perform, it's like, okay, when you perform on a stage, you know, it's like you're doing your best and there's a direct and immediate response with this. But with the internet, it's, you throw something out there. It's sort of like we fired something into space and we don't expect it, and we don't know if it'll come back. And if it does, will it be changed when it comes back, you know? When we catapult ourselves into the moment, is it going to be, are we going to come back the same? Is the world going to come back the same, you know? And man, that's difficult. It's tough. So I hope that, and I feel like I was kind of being a little bit strange yesterday, because last night's stream I was playing and I was like, you know, if the YouTube side sees this video, if you get far enough into the VOD, I start talking about how excited I am for today's stream, so maybe that'll get people to watch Shin Megami Tensei. But I'm not the best at marketing. Unfortunately, I'm very not business minded, because I try to make things that make sense to me, so doesn't work. Okay, so before we continue, before I start playing the game, I do want to talk about what I did off stream, because I think people need to see how much I did off stream. That is to say, yes, I did. I did. That is what I did. I filled this. I think there's only one here I didn't. It's like, I think there's 8 here, but I did pretty much everything. There's still some achievements I'm missing, because you have to, there's an achievement for getting each princess first. And like every order has an achievement, basically, which is a little harder for me to understand on the website. So my goal is to try and reach all of my favorites if I can today. Basically my favorites, because there is, I think the Princess and the Dragon is my favorite, personally. The Damsel is like the first one I usually like doing, because I think I like the Happily Ever After story a lot. Also, I guess for those who are coming in, yes, this is going to be spoiler heavy. I'll put a spoiler warning in the description. It'll be, or the VOD later. It'll be fine. But I'm trying to think of which one's like. I think the Thorn is an easy favorite. I think it's. I almost, from what I understood online, it feels like it's the easy favorite. That the Thorn is a lot of people's favorite. Yeah, Happily Ever After and the Damsel. I think these two are real. I really like these for different reasons. I think the Tower and the Apotheosis are fun, but I feel like the Witch is also interesting. I think the Witch is fun. Yeah, these two are like, holy crap. I think the Den is one of the hard. I think the Den is a hard one to get to, but I'm trying to think which one's the hardest one to reach. Because I think it might be the Princess and the Dragon's one of the hardest ones to reach. Conversely, yeah, but anyway. Go back in. Oh yeah, I also have, how many pages of saves do I have now? Oh yeah, I have all the saves, that's right. I kept forgetting to... I really did just kind of forget to stop saving. Yeah, so at some point I'll need to start saving over things. That's fine though. I think my goal today though also will be to not save. Like the idea is that I want to go through a playthrough and not have regrets, you know, just okay, if I make a mistake or I go a route I wasn't expecting, whatever. You know, it's like I've played the game a lot, but I felt I had to stop because I didn't like that feeling of I'm not taking my time, you know, with the story, where I'm just kind of clicking through options and trying to get to routes.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I miss this. I feel like You're on a Path in the Woods is going to be like a sleeper agent call later. But that was something I found that I feel like it's a sensation I try to avoid when I'm playing any game, but I think in story-driven games like this especially, I try to avoid it. It was where you're trying to unlock, you know, you're trying to get to certain routes, or you're trying to find a certain place, and rather than still experiencing the story at the pace that the story moves, you're kind of like, you know, rapid clicking through. You're not thinking about the journey you're on. You're thinking about where's the end result, and I don't like that sensation very much because it takes away the emotional connection you have with a thing, because it becomes much more of a, okay, I want to get to this point because this is new, and it's like, well, just because you've retread ground, you know, like I've heard this beginning monologue.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Because it's like I've heard this opening dialogue I've heard about 20 times. You know, it's like going through the game all those different times. You hear it so many times, and especially in this game where it's like, okay, the point is the repetition, because you're going through the world multiple times. It's like, you don't want to, it's sort of like walking the same path to work every day, or the school, or does the path become less meaningful just because it's the 100th time? And if it loses its meaning, that feels wrong. I'm not going to do the Stranger first run though, because I feel like that would be as much fun as it would be to go do that. I think that would be that'd be awkward. I don't know. I feel like doing Stranger first is interesting because it has interesting implications later, because reality just folds in on itself, which is interesting. But we'll just go to the cabin as usual.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
The theme I sort of clung to with this game when I was making that little video I made like a 2-minute little poem sort of thing. It's like a minute and a half. But the thing I found with this game the most is that, in a way, when you meet somebody for the first time, they do what, it's not as, you know, as extreme as this, but when you meet someone for the first time, depending on how, you know, in the moment, how you approach, what your intentions are, all those little things that bring you to the moment of meeting someone, in a way, that sort of mirrors how when you meet the princess, depending on your intentions, things change. You know, it's like, oh, you're trying to be nice to her and she takes on this form, and when you're mean to her, she takes this form. And yet, and you can see that every princess here is a possibility from this inciting incident.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I miss Hero. I miss the voice of the hero. I think of all the voices that in this game, I think the hero is my favorite. It sounds kind of basic, but I think for me, having a consistent voice, like the narrator's consistent in a way, but because he's always there, but
the interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Just a moment.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
It's interesting that just taking this changes how you can talk to, you know, changes how you talk to the princess. I just realized this is turned off here. That's funny. Hang on, apologies. Stream and stuff. Yeah, I think it's like, I think the damsel is most people's first instinct if they're privy, if they like, you know, if you're taking time and reading. I feel like the damsel's the first instinct, and it's interesting how the damsel kind of deconstructs a lot of the tropes around princesses. There's a video by what's her name? Nora. She did a video about Sleeping Beauty. My brain is really racking right now because it's like, of course, when I try to remember something off, it's that funny, like, it's like that exponential decline curve where you never touch zero. When you're trying to remember something, it's like you approach it you never quite hit it, but you always approach it. What's the video called? I know I subscribe to them too, so it's like, I'm like, god dang it. What's it called? I'm gonna look up the video then, because I want to make sure deserves a better ending. What's the video? I'm trying to remember. Noralities, that's what it was. Yes, Noralities. Very interesting deconstruction of like the princess as a story trope. Like the idea of the character and the
door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I think also the thing that I think makes this game so interesting is that usually princesses are like, it's become sort of a point to, oh, we need to subvert the prince, like, oh, princess is the damsel in distress. But I think sometimes those they don't really actually do the point of, oh, we need to make her not a damsel anymore. Because both ways of doing that sacrifice characterization, whereas the princess here is a very real character in the world.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I mean, no. I think it's funny because it's just like, it is also, I've read a bunch of these, it's like, I think it's similar when you become familiar with the game through speedrunning or constant play, that you start to remember all these all the options. This game's a massive web of options, so it's insane that I can even remember some of these. I'm gonna say, let's go this one.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
Hello again, princess.
Walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Also, yeah, I feel like it's interesting because it's like on the writing side and the performance side. I feel like I don't think anyone else could have done this game, both on the development side and the writing side and the voice acting side. I feel like it's again another one of those, like, perfection doesn't exist in a stasis, because to me perfect is a moment, and I feel like when you make a game you capture that in a screenshot, but it's not the same way as having a eternal perfection. It's more like if you had changed anything here, you wouldn't have anything else. It wouldn't be as great. And I feel like the interplay between these two, and on the writing side and the voice performance side, it's...
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I feel like as a solo dev, it makes me almost... I don't often feel envy, but I feel like, in a way, I have a slight... I'm envious how magnetic this is. I don't think it degrades my work to say that, but I hope one day I make something that makes people feel as much as this makes me feel. I guess that's my hope, you know? You see something beautiful and you hope that you can even come close. To catch some of the starlight, you know? At least I get to bask in this thing's radiance. Okay.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And of course, we're some sort of strange creature, so we're not exactly equipped to pick the lock.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
I get it's one of those things where it's funny when you consider how it's like this princess as a starting point. There's a lot of interesting
If we were stuck down
points.
here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Might as well try the door once. It's like I know the door won't open. You know that. But I feel like the way that, in my mind, the princess feels like every possibility when you meet someone for the first time, and the way that the more you get to know them, they, you know, it's like people change over time, so it's seeing that person change so radically. Like this game, I think takes it to the proper extremes, right?
You make
Where
your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I'm good.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Fine.
I still love the... Like before any other voice, you're always given the voice of the hero whose most identifiable qualities is concern over what is virtuous, what is right or wrong in the face of a rational perspective. I feel like having somebody who represents the logic side of the brain and someone who represents the emotional side of the brain, having the two next to each other, if you didn't do that, I feel like without that interplay, the beginning would feel so slanted towards the perspective of the narrator's calm, like the quiet, like his like logic and focus on the objective. Also, Crooked, how's it going today? Yeah, I feel like without I think that's why I like the hero the most, is because in every situation he's trying to do what's right, even if what's right hurts, right?
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
And I think in some ways it's also that the hero feels like, because all the other voices arise after you die. So when this first voice arises, it's almost like it's coming directly from the player to say, hey, are you sure you want to just follow what you're being told to do to the letter? Which is really fascinating, because it means that you have a character who questions the order. So it's...
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
I will say, I don't know why, but just the nonchalance of this visual. It's weird because it doesn't feel violent. This doesn't feel like violence, because it's part to me, nature isn't violent. It's kind of like, yeah, this tracks. I don't know why this doesn't feel as violent as... It's like when someone else... It's like if you cut someone's arm off maliciously, it feels like violence. Like, I'm thinking of the difference between this and when Ethan Winters loses his hand in Resident Evil Village for some reason. Like, that is violent because somebody else is doing this. This is shedding a molt. There's no pain here. Yeah, I see that.
The limb falls to the ground, and the heavy...
That's an interesting way to put it, Crooked. It's actually an interesting point, because it's like, yeah, it is like shedding a molt, where you're dropping a pretense almost, right? Like, this arm is a pretense.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
I will say that I feel like my favorite princess in all the princesses we meet in this game, my favorite kind of cheats. I think my actual number one favorite cheats a little, but it's because it's specific.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Okie doke.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
Yeah, I think also, I'll talk about it a little more as we get more out of the narrator, but I feel like one thing that I don't like is how because I went and checked the internet for opinions and thoughts on the game, and, you know, I wanted to read some and see what people thought. I don't really agree with the idea that the narrator is strictly he's not an antagonist in the same way that other characters are, because we'll get to it when we get to, you know, see him again, but there's a point I want to talk about how the narrator, the original narrator, not just the one we get every chapter, the other one, the one.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Mainly because I don't think it's villainous. It's not villainous to want to like reduce the pain of existence. It's different when you're trying to do so through peace, through total domination. We actually see it a lot in stories, you know, both ones I've streamed and ones I've talked about, where a character has the good motive of, I want to stop people from feeling the suffering of pain, or I want people to stop dying. And that's well and good. It's that the intention leads to a motive, leads to an action. And the trouble is, hell is paved by good intentions. You know, that road is paved that way. So you kind of don't...
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
You can't really say, I'm going to eliminate the concept of death without there being some baggage of, okay, but what do you mean by that? Weirdly enough, the narrator I can compare directly to Merlina in Sonic and the Black Knight, where it's like, okay, if I just get rid of the concept of death, life will stay beautiful forever. And it's like, that doesn't work. Like, the idea of immortality, of true immortality solving the problems of the human existence doesn't work, because the human existence does not exist without death. Something that I think writers grapple with a lot, because I think the moment you start thinking about what makes up life, death is a really quick topic to jump to, because you cannot have the concept of a life without there being an end to that story.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
All right, we're here for... I don't think that the damsel's my least favorite, but the damsel's, like, of my top 5, she's only at the bottom because it's like the chapter 2 damsel.
Stop that.
Is specifically like, you know, number 5, just because
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
I think it's funny hearing the narrator talk about it like this. I don't really remember what it is if you don't resist here.
Move the blade.
I forget what happens if you don't resist in the second attempt, but...
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
Help.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I feel like this particular end of a chapter comes from...
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
I feel like this end of the chapter comes from you fully committing to being emotionally right. Not logically, emotionally.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
You know what's funny about this? You can tell that she actually missed because she hit your right side. She didn't hit your heart because she hit the right side of your chest.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Anatomically, it's very funny because it's like, yeah, this is the worst way to get stabbed, is like right here.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
You know what's funny? I do find it funny that in this moment, he actually does specify it's two of you. Like, it's interesting because you would think that the narrator wouldn't specify entities, but it's funny that the hero is truly a separate entity in that way.
She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
It's a sort of psychology problem. We aren't built for a world without death or a world at a standstill. I feel like in order to live peacefully in the world the narrator's after would require a level of unawareness or complete mental alteration to live with boredom. You know what's a weird character I can compare to that? I can compare two different characters with that. One of which is, oh god, what's his name? Manus from Lies of P. And oh my god, brain, work with me here. Why is it every time I try to remember anything, it's like, okay, moment you want to use it, right away. Uchiha. Madara, yes, jeez, god. Madara Uchiha from Naruto, where it's like, because Madara's whole thing was, I'm gonna put the world in eternal sleep, because that'll solve the problem. Like, okay, we're gonna end all wars by just turning off everybody. And it's like, that... So you've stopped life from existing, because it'd be better that life stops, rather than the world having a chance to be better. Like, it does take it is like, okay, this is a lot of trust you're putting into the world that it'll be better if you don't do that, but I think when it comes to a character who gets pushed to the level of, I need to do this, they stop thinking about what other people want and think about what they think they need. Actually, with this case, it's also true because Manus' whole thing was very selfish. Like, eternal life is a thing that I think every person thinks it would be a good idea until it is real.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Well, she's also using it left-handed, and she's probably right-handed.
Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
Ow.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
It can't just end like this, right?
Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I don't remember if I ever tried doing the stranger at this point. I don't think I ever did try this, but I don't know if I want to at this point. I feel like it's kind of sad with the damsel to do that. Could try it though. What I could do is come right back to this, so I could do Happily Ever After as like the ending I want to do for this, but you know what? No, I said I wouldn't save, so we're just gonna go to the damsel. Out we go.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I think it's funny that in this specific instance, it's funny because I feel like the damsel is... I don't know how best to put it. It feels like the damsel is a response to the trauma of hurting someone okay, it's like in a way the two of you cared about each other in a way, but
you knew what you did to us, you villain.
I will say it's funny that the Smitten is actually my least favorite voice, despite the damsel being one of my favorites. Like the Smitten is one of my least favorites, but not because he's bad. It's just I feel like it's like he's the hero, but cranked to 11, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love. Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him.
It's funny that the hero knows what he's talking about, too.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
This is the kind of voice where you have to, like, unbutton the shirt a couple ways down so you can, like, dramatically tear it open for no reason while you're talking. Feels like you have to be constantly flexing. It's like you know what? Maybe that's what it is. It feels like Smitten is like, in music terms, he's a half step away from Gaston. Is that weird? It's interesting how many different stories my brain can conjure when I'm trying to make comparative when I'm trying to use analysis, like, okay, I'm trying to rationalize my thoughts by using a model. And it's funny because I think that it's always because he's just a little bit it's pretty accurate. It's like he's almost there to being the princess is a prize to be won and nothing else. And that's sort of the thing that the story does its best to deconstruct, is that the princess isn't a prize, she's a person. And princess it's like she has specific traits and she's not perfect. And that's part of love, is knowing that someone's not perfect. I think that's how the Long Quiet and her, in a way, get to be in this weird dance of love. But the Smitten doesn't get that. It's just that my feelings are enough, and that's good.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them.
Bump something.
Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Sure. I feel like Happily Ever After is the route you take if you want no violence. Like, as little violence as possible, right?
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I do wonder, I guess I'm curious, I might need to look and see if this is true. I wonder if he recorded multiple versions of the blade as your implement, or if it's the same one. My brain isn't thinking on it. Hey, Etcho, how's it going today? I'm not thinking about if that line is different delivery every time. We're not taking that. We're going to the basement. I kind of skip the mirror every time because I don't need it.
The basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls.
Today's stream seems out of the normal schedule.
Almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
Hope you're well. It is out of the normal schedule. I kind of set it up as an impromptu thing. I mentioned it last night near the end of stream, but I think it was like right up. It might have been during an ad break, which might have been bad. Because it's like, I swear, I can never time myself right with the ad breaks. I never can. But I decided to do an extra stream today for two reasons. One, so we get one more Slay the Princess stream. So the people who really wanted to see more on YouTube get to have the cake and eat it too. And also because not this Sunday, but the next Sunday, I'm going to be missing it. So an extra stream to compensate is good. Love cake. Cake is good. Too much cake is sad, because you can't enjoy all of it at the same time.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
You know, I will say it is really refreshing to stop and listen to all the voice lines again. Depends on the size of the cake. I guess it's true.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love.
Small cake you can kill. Yeah, I feel like this is what I mean. The Smitten is like a cupcake. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I feel like the Smitten's just like, yes, we are in love. Royal we. Nintendo we. Speaking French we.
Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think?
Yeah, this is the part of being in love with somebody that has to be worked through, is that you don't just project your affections onto another person without thinking about, well, that person, you're gonna just make it work, right? It's like, that's not how it works. It's like, I feel like when love is mutual.
Princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning.
I feel like this is what happens when you have, I feel like the damsel is almost like when you have a crush. I feel like that's what this story feels like. Like, if every story is a form of how being in love feels, I feel like the damsel is like when somebody has a crush, or they're adoring somebody from a distance and they're not saying anything. You know, it's like, oh, but they're so beautiful, I want to say something to them. You know, whichever gender you want to be, but it's like, you know, it's you look at somebody, you're like, this is like rose tinted glasses that are like triple stacked, right? And I feel like this is the one where it's,
yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
I don't know why it just came to mind that the narrator feels like the metaphor for every single time you shoot down your own thoughts about being in love with somebody. I don't know why it just came to mind that, oh, the narrator feels like every intrusive thought that comes into my mind, in some places, not as much as killing somebody, but like killing the idea of somebody in your brain, right? Like, I don't actually love this person, I like this part of them. And it feels like each path is like a different... with that angle of analysis, it feels like every princess is a way in which you end up either being with that person in a painful or understanding in pain sort of way, or coming to terms with that person through being together. Like, some of the princesses you get to leave quietly, and other times you consume each other, or you leave in a way that's not mutually beneficial. Hello, damsel.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
It's like, it almost feels like this is that time when you meet somebody and everything goes well until something goes wrong.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
I feel like the Smittens, that voice that you hear in your head when it's just, I need to be wildly overconfident.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
Just imagine he's just like, it's dashing, and it's just built with like he has like a little like hat with wings on it, like Jay Garrick Flash. Dashing.
She called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
Flattery's fine. Flattery's okay.
Waiting for you to come back. You've been here before, haven't you?
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Man, now I'm starting to realize why the Smitten's my least favorite, and I'm starting to realize that it's not... I don't think it's him, it's not just him specifically, but it's also... It's like that, you recognize that sort of thought from, like, the teenage brain. Like, you remember looking at somebody and being like, this is the future. This is everything. You know, it's like, I think... especially high school teenage guys, it's like it's like all it takes is a girl to say hi, and you're just like, yep, I'm gonna make my entire personality whatever she needs me, whatever she wants me to be. And it's like, God, now it's just like, it feels like, yeah, this is like, this sort of impetus that feels like, yes, this is teenage ODaM writing poetry and trying to muster up the courage to hand it to somebody. I've read a lot of poetry about... Huh,
and you've
that's
died
funny.
before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Actually, come to think of it, this actually is true, because just because you left behind what was, like, taking metaphorically the idea of the princess, it's like, oh yeah, you ended this chapter of your life with, like, thinking about this person or with this person. That place is gone. That time and place is left. You left that world behind, and now you're in this one. I'm gonna ask this first question because I don't think I actually know.
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Hi, Neuroctum. How's it going today? Got first.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
Might as well explore a little bit while I have time.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
Not too bad, just waking up. Ah, most excellent.
That's because she's perfect.
Yep, this is boy's first crush. She's perfect. It's like, that is not how being actually in love works.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Man, I just realized how much the smitten... I just realized how hypocritical this is. It's not about violence, but it's that having a voice driving somebody to do something. Like having the narrator consistently telling you, it's like, oh yes, kill this. It's like, okay, but the smitten's like, yes, you must maintain my fantasy of you. Maintain my fantasy of you, or I will be upset. We'll get to there later, but yes, rescue the princess.
Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did
I'll
you
drink some water.
that she's a world-ending monstrosity? And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that.
Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease.
No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already?
Because we've yet to present her with her freedom.
I'm not sure I follow.
Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature? Or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder who tells you what you can and cannot do?
I feel like anytime someone says my own good nature, it's immediately... It feels like to me like when someone says I'm not the enemy, it's like I immediately don't believe you. Which I think is a matter of being cynical, but it's funny. I feel like Smitten is in love with Damsel because he believes their desires are 100% intertwined. Of himself, and because she reflects him, she's perfect. And when she suggests to have one of the flaws that he knowingly bears, the narrator, he denies it because he would prefer not to think about that. Precisely. And it feels like that's what I mean when the Smitten feels like a projection of that perfect thought in your mind of that she's perfect. She has to be perfect. That that's why, and it's almost like each voice in a way reflects the different ways that we feel like affections towards other people, or, you know, the feelings that we don't have, that we are trying to find, but we can't find the words for it. I feel like the Smitten really is just, yeah, it's like, and because the princess reflects the intentions of the player, the Smitten is like, okay, we have created a feedback loop because the damsel's reflecting like his idea of perfection. She wants exactly what I want and bears no flaws that I have. Yep.
I think I'd rather believe in facts.
That is precisely what it is.
Ah, so you're one of those empiricists.
One of us has to be.
Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her binding.
You know, I feel like I couldn't be a voice actor. One, because I think my voice... It's like, on the one hand, I don't think my voice is bad, but I feel like I can't be a voice actor because I can't roll R's. Which sounds like a weird thing that I can't do, but I also can't whistle, so... But it's like, I have the bloodline that I need to roll R's in order to speak the language. Actually, multiple languages that I technically come from, I need to roll R's, but I can't. For some reason, my mouth doesn't do that. And I can't, and I tried teaching myself how to whistle, and I can't do that either.
I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
I'll use the thing the Paranoid came up with, the hearts, lung, liver.
I would if you
forgot
had
the
a
fourth.
weapon.
Not on my watch, villain. My
Villain.
passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
I don't know why, but the way he said Titanic feels like he ran out of breath in the middle of it. It's like, Titanic. Oh man, that feels like someone talking about the RMS Titanic.
You wouldn't.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
Hello.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
I don't know why, but this feels like when you roll a nat 20 on a sleight of hand check, where it's like, hey, behold this, and just like drop the chains. What's that movie where the guy, he holds his hands up with his handcuffs on, and he flicks his hands forward, and they slap onto the other guy? I think it must be, I think it's Now You See Me, but it's like that exact movement is what it feels like, where it's like, okay, yep, gone. Chains off. It's like, how?
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
The Explorer on this one is so funny because it's just like, ah, yes, let us fold inwards.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
This is when the logic part of your brain knows you're making a dumb decision.
Up the stairs, hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
I didn't really focus on it much, but I like that the distance between this door and the next door is about right, perspective-wise. Man, it's like they get so much right with the art.
That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
I don't know why it just occurred to me that there's like one of those little push levers right here. This door there's no lock here.
Oh no, did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
It does feel like, okay, this door was built to be escaped.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
I don't know. Why is my brain thinking this is what happens when... What was the bit from Frozen? You can't just marry a man you just met. Exploration where you keep pushing the feedback loop reminds me of the episode.
Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
We're in an episode of Steven Universe where Steven is in a holodeck of sorts with his friend, and in asking to see her after she goes out of sight, the room grants his wish by creating a construct replica of the same motivation of the room itself, giving him whatever he wants. He hates it because unlike the Smitten, he recognizes that friendship is not someone repeating, what do you want to do? Yep.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
Because you're not... Because it's like, you don't just keep at... It's like, if you and that person aren't willing to make a decision about something, then the two of you will be just forever locked in this
I'm just along
stasis.
for the ride at this point.
It's funny that stasis seems to be the thing that makes the world break the most in this game. Both with the narrator's attempts and what you can do to the with and to the princess, right? Like that certain options take you into a point of you can't escape. I mean, heck, even the prize the narrator gives where nothing changes is part of that. We can open it.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. Blech.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about.
And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
I told you our love was insurmountable.
Truly undefeatable.
You and the princess make your way upstairs And the blade, that's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
Nah, I'm not doing that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
I hate you so much.
You know, if her walking out that door is really gonna end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said, that's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
Nah, we'll stay here.
What a romantic suggestion. You're right. We don't need the world. All we need is each other.
That's exactly what I just suggested. Was it not romantic when I suggested it?
Did you suggest that? I wasn't listening.
Yeah, the more you listen to the Smitten, it's like you understand all of that. Like you understand everything. You understand the whole of that of the discussion we've had so far. Where it's like, ah, yes, he isn't listening. He truly is not listening. This is pure hormonal action.
You answered me.
But the door's right there. We can just leave.
Wait. Why would she say that? Was she not wooed by our proclamation of love?
Are we not enough for her? She's not wooed by you because
Staying here and building a life together
isn't a seduction. It isn't anything. It's a non-answer. It can't be done.
We'll continue.
But we would have to be here forever. I don't know you. This is really what you want, though, isn't it?
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
Yep, this is exactly it. This is exactly the moment.
I guess we could do that.
She doesn't seem happy about this.
But she can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she?
I don't know. She has a point. She doesn't know us.
He doesn't owe us anything.
No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess, if we just say the right things, if we just showed her the contents of our heart, she'd be happy here. As the voice thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then... What? No, you absolutely do not do that.
I just realized about this. There is a funny thing about this. How the heck does he do this?
Oh, but I do.
What? What is he doing? We can't see unless you tell us. Are you sure you want to know? I suppose I can't stall forever. You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold.
Hey, how's it going, Devil Flurry?
Your fingers curling around your ribs.
It's going good. How are you doing?
Oh no, what are you doing? Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
Aw, poor damsel. She has to see us rip our chest open.
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider. And yet, it's done, isn't it?
Doing good. What we playing today? This is called Slay the Princess.
It will be soon. You yank violently, your bones cracking with wet pops as you pull yourself apart inch by painful inch. Your exposed heart, framed by jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. The loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room.
What an introduction to this game. Yeah, just me ripping my chest open to show my heart to the damsel.
Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
I feel like, especially with how... The thing I'm thinking of with this right now is that... What a dark line. I feel like this is exactly what someone who like, Smitten is the worst. Yeah, where it's like, he thinks directly that she must want everything. That she must know, she must want us. It's like, no.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something. It's beautiful.
The princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart, and then everything goes dark and we die? Yes.
Ooh.
You're on a path in the woods. Mate, we're clearly already in the cabin. Excuse me? You're clearly... Oh. Huh. So you are. How do you know about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet.
I feel like it's funny that, that the narrator's like, wait a minute, my opening monologue.
We've been here before. Well, not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time. Now, he's clearly disorientated. I'm sure all this new info is going to come as quite a shock to him. Best if we're gentle.
Truly an interesting, truly just funny how the story has to just like, yep, okay, we got it.
Right on cue, here's the new guy. Welcome! Thank you. I'm just happy to be here. Okay, yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would have been here before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from. Meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that, yes? Well, we know that now, thanks to you. We're all so lucky to be stuck with, working with someone so well-informed. You can count on us to do things right from here on out. I'm going to describe the room now. The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High arched windows line the walls, their multicoloured glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light, vaguely illuminating the massive room. This is a house fit for royalty.
You know, I don't think I even mentioned the stuff on the window design. I don't think I even mentioned it the first time I played this, or even noticed it in other playthroughs I've done. I didn't even realize that he literally put the image of the visage of the princess across, like, wall to wall. Like, this is obsession, right? That's crazy. Like, look at that. Look at all this. It's funny, too, that they use the halo behind the head, because that's typically a religious thing, so, man. Yeah, he really does, like, hold her in the most fanatical regard.
Before you, there isn't a blade, is there? That's not good.
I don't think I've ever asked where the voice of the smitten is.
Yeah, he was a bit of a loud one, wasn't he? Is he okay? We're better off without him, if you ask me. One less opinion we have to contend with. Plus, he's the one who got us into this whole mess. Is that so? Maybe there is hope for you after all, free from the bad influence of your missing friend.
That's fair. Turn around and leave. No, we're gonna go to the mirror.
You cross the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. The handle is right there. Do feel free to give it a push as soon as you'd like.
Keep forgetting the Minecraft movie is a thing until ads remind me. That's a case of narrative that I'd rather forget. I feel like there are certain, like, for every step we take right with video game movies and video game shows, we take a step back somewhere else, right? You know, for every Sonic movie we get Minecraft.
There is no door, there's a mirror. No, there isn't. Now this is tricky. My eyes say there's a mirror, but my brain says there isn't one. Look, if you need help, just raise your hand, and I'll guide it where it needs to go. You reach forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle.
I don't know why, but it just kind of... Is it weird that my eyes just sort of... Looking at this for some reason, it reminds me of the Razor? Not exactly the Razor, but like the mutually... Like, yeah, no, it'd be the Razor, right? Mutually Assured Destruction, the big blade princess. For some reason, this reminds me of that design, because of the dress at the bottom and the 3 points at the top. I don't know why that... Part of me wants to say that was 100% on purpose, but I also wonder if I wonder if how direct that is supposed to be.
It's gone.
I'm just glad we can all agree on a shared reality.
And then you push the door open. Marvelous. We can proceed. It would seem that the stairs to the basement don't lead to a basement at all. Rather, they go up. They're draped in fine carpet too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet.
Actually, I guess the funny thing about this too is I don't know why, but in my head I'm like, well, what if this is the basement to like a higher plane? Because technically you can go upstairs and still be in a basement.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, it doesn't work here at all. This place is nice. It's fancy, even. I have to say, whatever you did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm.
Don't worry about it, boss. You're doing great.
I'm not, but I appreciate the encouragement. Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess. No, you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice house doesn't mean she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature.
I feel like the story, there's a funny thing here about just that statement.
Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
As much as I desperately want to know what happened last time, we are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge? This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner. Dinner sounds nice. Gotta say, I'm with him on this one, boss. When have nice things ever been a problem?
This statement here is basically the entire problem with this place.
That is the problem. This isn't supposed to be nice, and she's supposed to be a prisoner. I need to stop talking. I need to stop talking. Just go upstairs, okay?
Actually, it's funny because he says this isn't supposed to be nice, she's supposed to be a prisoner. This is wrong. This isn't nice, and she is a prisoner. Just a prisoner of us. We did this.
Like the one below, is grand and beautiful. Torches bathe the room in warm, comforting light, just enough to illuminate the tapestries along every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the center of the room. The princess, seated at its far end. Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck. So that's where it is. And the tip is already
Drink some water.
at her heart. Okay, everything is falling back into place. All you have to do is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved. That's easy. Yeah, that is easy, isn't it? So, where's the rush?
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
As the words leave her mouth, the torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
I feel like this is probably one of the most... It's like I've been taking my time going through this because I want to go through the metaphors, but man, like all the different story meanings, but it seriously feels like this is what happens when you're with somebody and you're refusing to talk about the quiet parts.
Isn't that better? It is better, right? Oh, right, dinner. I totally forgotten about it.
Flames burn bright and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
Yeah, this is the part that where if we keep eating,
Go ahead and dig in. I'm sure you're hungry.
every time we dig in, the food gets worse. I think
Ever. Look at this spread. It's a feast fit for a king.
it's in a way this feels like the stasis that the narrator wanted, right? Where you keep eating this food and it gets worse every time.
Yeah. And after everything we've been through, we could use a break. More than that, we deserve a break.
I kind of want to say refuse, but the opportunist is kind of a different person each time depending on the surrounding situation. Makes him the most fascinating and also the second worst. Yeah, where he's willing to do whatever it takes. Do we want to eat or do we want to refuse? Because at this point, it doesn't change it. This part doesn't change anything, but it's like I know that the descriptions of the food are actually rather interesting. We want to. I'm taking my time today. We're already past the hour mark, and I'm like, just taking my time. I feel like in a way, I'm just enjoying the fact that I get to rest with this, right? I'm not rushing everywhere. It's not like yesterday's Shin Megami Tensei where I'm just sprinting in every direction trying to get as much done as I can. It's more I'm really trying to savor the story one more time, you know? It's nice that I can I'm taking it slow, you know? So often with streams, I feel like I'm kind of rushing. Not in a bad way. I feel like I'm just trying to keep things interesting, but I don't know. With this one, I want to be careful. Gentle. I want to take this at a walking pace, not a running pace. Much fun as it would be, you know? You know what? We can eat.
You begin to feast, and the princess follows suit, her soft smile never fading. The food is more exquisite than you ever could have imagined. You sample countless otherworldly dishes, sauces and bread and hearty stews whose tastes dance across your tongue. You tear at hunks of meat practically melting from the bone, juicy and tender and bursting with flavors you could scarcely begin to describe. Your cup fills itself again and again with a flowery nectar so sweet it tastes like glimmering jewels.
It's funny that you can see the sad look in her eyes.
This really is perfect, isn't it? It is the best meal you've ever had.
I feel like this meal, the best meal we've ever had, it feels like this section feels like the metaphor of when you go on your first date versus your 100th date with somebody you aren't really making that full connection.
But then it's over. And you're just as hungry as when you began.
Wasn't that perfect? We should do it again.
The shadow washes across the table,
there we are,
clearing and replating. The feast is once again laid before you. The food is good. Again, you tear into golden crispy flesh, dab at the slurry of aromatic sauces on your plate with thick-crusted bread, sip your goblet of sparkling gems. But you have done this already.
A good meal is still a good meal, and we didn't even have to clear the dishes. I'm happy.
And then it's over. And you're just as hungry as when you began.
You're still hungry too, right? I know this wasn't as good as it was last time, but we just have to do it again. That's all. It'll be perfect if we just do it again.
Yeah, this is when you're trying to spark the flames between somebody again and again and again and again until you're both dead.
The shadow sweeps over the table, clearing the old and laying out the new. And so you do it again. The meat is fine, the bread is fine. You sample the side dishes and they're fine too. You finish your goblet, the liquid within no longer glimmering on your palate, instead leaving your mouth coated in a tacky film. You put it down and it fills again. You do not drink more.
Well, food is food, isn't it? Can't always be amazing. What matters is that we don't have to make it. Getting other people to do the hard work always improves the taste. Does it? Because it seems like the taste is getting worse, and we haven't had to so much as lift a finger. Regardless of quality, it's over again, and you're just as hungry as when you began. Again.
No, something was wrong that time. But maybe I was just tasting it wrong. It looks just as good as it did the first time. It shouldn't taste like this.
Again, the shadow replaces your feast. And again you eat. The meat is greasy. The bread is tough, its crust hurting your jaw as you chew. The grey vegetables are barely worth the effort of picking through. You don't even touch the goblet, its sickly sweet aroma utterly unappealing.
Yeah, because this feels like when the rhythms have set in and there's nothing... As much as this voice over here is trying to keep the passion alive, it's not there. It's not that it never was. It's that it just isn't right now.
I'm so tired of eating.
Well, it's still free food we didn't have to make, right? Oh, am I kidding? We were eating like kings and now we're eating like pigs.
At least you still have the memory of how good it was the first time, right?
This feels like this line feels like the grandest metaphor of love. Is the memory really enough? Just remembering the first time, was that enough? Is that enough to keep this going?
I'm so tired of this.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters and then goes out entirely.
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
Not a fan of whatever just happened. I don't want to sit in the dark. Losers sit in the dark. I want to sit in a brightly lit, spacious room where we can see our beautiful, queenly wife.
As if in response to the dousing of their brother, the other 3 torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls.
Drink some more water.
Their shadows deepen, dancing angrily across the stone.
Yeah, we're at the hour mark. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I felt like this is a good idea. I felt like it's nice that I got to do this again. Let's see. I'm gonna say this one.
But it was wrong. I took away a piece of our light. I'm not supposed to do that. I don't want him to be upset with me.
Aw. It's also a weird problem with human psychology. We can't always trust that we're going to hold a good memory close and have that be enough. We always want good things in the present. Yeah. I think it's also interesting that memory feels closer than reality at times. I think the human mind is really bad at knowing when something's gone, when it's over, right? I'm thinking about some of the more recent VTuber graduations. I wonder how many of those people who were there every day with this constant voice with them, I wonder how they're getting on without that presence. It's sort of like when you go to a town that you grew up in and a building is just gone. Like, we have a weird disconnect between the reality in our heart and the reality in space, in like physical space, because we see that building is gone. We know it's gone. We can know it's gone, but that doesn't mean it's gone, you know? Like, we hold the memory of that thing and what it used to be almost closer than the reality and the truth, because it doesn't fit what we know.
He's the voice that whispers sweet nothings in my ear. I think he made this place for us.
Is she talking about a real voice? Like us, but we're at the head of the table. We should be in charge. Is he more powerful than we are?
I'm gonna say... What happens if I do this?
But as you attempt to get up, the torches flare and shadowed hands pin your wrists to the arms of your too comfortable seat. There will be no getting up. There will be no attempts to slay her. At least not for now.
Alright.
I don't know. Maybe we could play a game. Yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game. Its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing. Its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
We're playing Slay the Spire, the board game, I see.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
Great, we don't even have a rule book. That means we can make up as many rules as we want. And we will. Don't worry, I am excellent at cheating. She'll never suspect a thing. I don't think it really matters. This all kind of feels like we're just filling time, you know? What, you don't want to win? To show our prowess in all avenues and accumulate respect? Wow, you would be hopeless without me. Count your lucky stars I'm here.
I'm also trying to give room for the voice acting to go through, because, man, I feel bad whenever I talk over voice acting, because it feels almost like you're yapping in a movie theater, you know? It's like, oh, I'm in the movie theater, and, oh, I'm going to answer this phone call. It's like, that's what it feels like to me whenever I talk over voice acting on accident. Or it's like, oops. Then again, I think my streams, I'm always too focused. I'm focused on giving the game most of the of the presence, you know, the spotlight, because, well, we're all here for the game. Like, I'm here. I am the medium by which you receive it, but like, the game is my focus.
You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant highs of moves well placed, and the tragic lows of miscalculations and careless plays. The warmth of trust and the cool texture of deception. And then, the climax, as she places her final piece.
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over.
She only made us start over because we were winning.
Time passes. You play the game. You win.
Boom. And there you have it. What did I tell you? Am I great at games or am I great at games?
Oh, you won. I guess we can play again.
Yeah.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
There is a long pause, and the board does not reset.
This isn't fun anymore, is it?
I feel like this is still, again, the metaphor of when the spark's
You
gone.
need me to tell you that it isn't. Oh. The princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Yeah.
Aw.
The game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again.
I feel like this is the part where the game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again. This feels like when you love something that's not, it's like, even when it's not a person, you know, when you feel love for something and that spark is gone, you know, like, hey, I've been doing this for thousands of hours. Is it still fun?
The shadow descends on the board once again. More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew.
You know, I just realized, I don't think I wrote my morning post, my usual morning post did I write one this morning? I don't think I did. But it's funny because I just realized I think I didn't write one this morning, which is very funny because I of all the mornings I'd miss, it'd be the morning I wake up early. Nope, I wrote one. 2200. That's right, number 2200, huh? Which it's funny because I thought about it. I actually did do the math of how many hours I've streamed up to this point. It's actually around 2200. And because I've streamed, this is actually, I believe this is number 551. And it's funny because, you know, it's like a few thousand hours. And it's like, do you still enjoy this? And it's like, yeah, I'm happy I'm not in this situation with streaming where you're just trying to add more and more to it and continue to constantly throw things at it to innovate it to make it feel right again. My message didn't send that. I can't find what would have triggered that. Oh, that's weird. I do not know.
And so you do.
Range.
And it is fun again. In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played, and the sputtering torch roars back to life.
Weird.
But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board. More pieces are added. The feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Your pieces advance in an ever-increasing slog to their destination. Winning and losing become nothing but ends, and even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish, till finally...
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
As the words leave the princess's mouth, another torch goes out. Again, the remaining flames burn brighter, and the shadow dances faster.
I'm happy, I promise. We're both so happy here. You don't have to be upset.
This is... awful.
Isn't it great that we're all having such a lovely time together? We just
Man.
have to stay positive and realize how happy we are. Then all of those lights will stay on and keep showing us all
Literally-
the cool stuff we have.
Literally trying to keep the fire alive. Even though we just can't right now.
Yeah.
Not
Sure.
like this.
The princess starts to hyperventilate, her quick breaths punctuating the uncomfortable silence between you.
Yes! Why wouldn't I be? Let's not talk about it.
She's being defensive. And we all know being defensive is a sign of weakness.
Unless you're a siege in the modern era, then the defensive is not a weakness. It is an offense.
I don't feel anything.
The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow dances furiously against the far wall.
There's just one left. What's going to happen when it goes out? I think I'd like to dance under the stars.
That sounds lovely.
But there aren't any stars here. I'd have to leave.
As she says that, the shadow rushes forward and tightens its grip on her wrists.
I'm not happy here. I don't think I ever was.
The princess sobs, burying her face in her hands as the final torch blows out.
Yeah. The beautiful thing about a fire dying is it can't be restarted. You just need new. You need new kindling. Those embers can go somewhere else, you know?
She raises her head, mascara trailing down her cheeks.
That's a really nice way of putting things. But it is a little different, isn't it? It's quiet now. There's no more voice telling me how much he loves me.
After the previous damsel, getting to hear the very simple "I want to dance under the stars" broke my heart as it made me smile when I first heard it. I feel like it's that moment that made me realize this is one of my favorite places. I think this one's my favorite because it so quietly pulls down the veil of just blindly loving something. You know, it's like knowing the princess's true hope here to just dance under the stars. I get it.
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
Well, we can't sit here forever. That part of us is over.
And this is what I meant, that this is over.
The princess pushes herself from her chair, and you instinctively do the same, waiting by the top of the stairs as she quietly crosses the room.
Do you still care about me?
I feel like this line here, of course I do, I don't think I'll ever stop. I feel like this one goes that step further from just being about this particular moment and being about the entire story, all of the pain, you know, all of the different ways that you and the princess end up tangling with each other. It's still carried under by the fact that both of you, in a way, have to care about each other. Whether it's about caring that you want this person dead or caring that you want the best for them, right?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you to say that. I still care about you, too, so maybe this wasn't all bad.
I feel like for someone, this has to be... This is the ending that... For some people, I guess when they separate, this feels the same, right? That... Whether it's you're going into a new chapter together and you're worried that, you know, you don't care about... You know, you're worried that the feelings have changed, or... When it's time to separate from someone, you worry that those feelings are going to be, like, do we still care about each other? And it's like, yeah. I do. Man, why did I hit myself in the feelings that hard? That was like surgically precise to get me misty-eyed. What the... Oh, darn it. Well, myself... It's like I usually am pretty well controlled over myself. That's... Huh.
But I don't think this place is for us anymore. I think we need to go.
As the princess steps towards the stairs, you offer her your hand. The corners of her mouth curl into a demure smile, and she gently takes your hand in hers. She's cold and a little clammy, but her skin against yours is the most real thing you have ever felt.
Huh. Peculiar. Why am I so emotional now?
You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world?
The world ends with you, buddy.
He's right, you know. You're giving us some real mixed signals, boss. Yes, well, I've seen my fairy tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world.
I guess it's because I know this.
Well, this is less work for us anyways. Think what you will. I'm done fighting.
I guess that's what it
You and
is.
the princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs to the cabin's entrance. And then the two of you step out into the world. I think this is the end of me, even if it's not the end of you. I hope this was worth it. Genuinely, I do.
Every experience is worth it, even the bad ones. It's interesting how just leaving is enough, huh?
He's really gone, isn't he? No boss anymore, no one left to tell us what to do. I guess we'll have to be our own boss then. About time.
The stars are so beautiful.
Quiet passes over. Oh, quiet moment passes over you. A comfortable quiet.
I meant it when I said I wanted to dance.
Gently pulls you forward, and the two of you fall into graceful step. The only rhythm that guides you is the shared thumping of your hearts, beating in perfect unison. Her face, worn and tired, brightens the faster you move, a soft, sad smile widening and widening until it reflects only genuine affection. Send her out in a wide spin, and your arms stretch to their limits, only the tenuous grasp of your hand in hers holding you together. You share a gaze that feels like it lasts forever.
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice, even if it's a little cold outside.
Man, I wasn't expecting to punch myself in the emotions today. Don't get the chance to respond. Something's taken her away and left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
I feel like that feeling of knowing something's over, you know, like knowing that feeling of, I feel like knowing that feeling of genuine love, feeling the forever of a moment locked in your memories. I feel like that's, in a weird way, a pretty universal feeling. You know, that's a concept that sticks with you. Maybe that's why it resonates. I'm gonna go to the mirror.
Begging you, don't do this.
Alrighty, we are already an hour and a half. It's already been 90 minutes. I should probably pick up my speed.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
Voices feel small, distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. Time for you to see what's in it. It's you. Hello again. Oh boy. It is quiet here. Alright, we are gonna have to pick up our pace a little bit if we want to have the ending, but...
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Hello again. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Alrighty.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
It is interesting how much the princess reflects that feeling of change.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Oh, we'll get right to it then.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
And yet you do anyway, don't you? Alrighty.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Thinking about that description that was put down earlier, slideshow with narrative, I feel like I don't often like being persnickety with something said in chat, but what a shitty way to put this game. It's like saying that Zork, you know, one of the first text-based adventures, is just a book with, you know, choose your own adventure book. I think the thing is that when you read a book, the choice you have is whether you want to turn the page and know how it ends. That's the only real sort of, how would I put it? It's the only thing that you have as a choice when it comes to the story of a book, is whether or not you're going to turn the page and know the truth behind that piece of paper, right? And that's the difference. And a book is meant to be a story that you know is going to be the same every time. But when you when you make choices, if something requires you to make choices and be part of the story itself, that's no longer the same. Even if you're playing through the story again, like actors on a stage, it doesn't mean it's the same every time. You're making the choice to make the story just that little bit different. The delivery of a line, the way you throw a sword when you're doing a sword fight in a play. I actually think about the fact that every time you see a musical, for example, it's not the same. It's a different story when you run through it. In movies, you can watch them 100 times and they're always the same, but when you play a game, there's always something different, and it's the player. And in that way, along with the fact that your player choices and player actions change how the game is played, it's not just you getting carted from one ending to the other, it's you making the trip yourself.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
And I feel like, in a way, it kind of feels like, is it different when you take a journey? Is it simply you didn't make the trip just because there is a vehicle around you versus a walk? Or, you know, it's like, if I go from one state to another in the United States, is it different? Is the journey less of a journey when you take a plane or a car, or, you know, if you boat, if you can do that? Or is it different? Does it mean that it's less of a game just because the means of locomotion are different?
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, I'm gonna go for my next favorite one, I think.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
One moment. Apologies. Check something really quick. Okay. I think I know how to get to where I want to go,
Blade is
but
your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
do I need the blade for this one? I actually forget how do I get to this one? There we go. All right. No blade. And
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
I will try to go a little faster so we get all of the endings we need.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Alrighty. Go down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done.
I feel like my usual option is doing that, where I just walk down the stairs.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. That she's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Alrighty. Sorry.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Feels funny going so slow through this. Hi, Ayana. How's it going today? Hope things are well. See what we can do.
Only making this more difficult.
I'm trying to go. I think my goal right now is still to go through. OMG, I love this game. It is fantastic. I do love this game. I want to go through all the.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do want to go through all like my favorite princesses. Try to hit all my favorite routes in one more playthrough. Oh, thank you.
Mistake.
I haven't. I've been yapping a lot today. I need to keep hydrated.
No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall.
Oh, thank you.
Give them a tug.
It feels a lot like, in a weird way, it feels like, because this isn't my first playthrough of any of these routes, so it feels, yeah, you do need to stay hydrated.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Let's see.
Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
And
Attempt
doors
to
closed.
Make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. Is someone else here?
We are going to move a little bit fast. I'm only going to move a little bit faster, not because I want to skip things, but because if we're somewhere new, I won't skip anything. But if we're in, I feel like the intro is going to start zooming by the time we're done. But I feel like if I ever showcased how I would play it to when I was going for the endings, when it's like, okay, I would slow down when I reach a new place. But whenever I'm going through the places I know, it's like, okay, time to rapid click. And it's like, I don't really want to do that, but it is one of those things where I do want to make sure we get all these.
This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
I think it's one of those things where I just want to make sure that oh, okay. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to zoom through though. That's the thing I don't want to do though, right? Is like, I don't want to, because I do want to take my time, but I do also want to make sure we get to see all the routes, so we get to see a full play of the game. Which is a shame, because man,
look at the mess you're in.
I'm going so slow.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
I try to respect the voice actors as much as I can, because I don't like it doesn't matter what size of the game is. It's like when a voice actor when there's like voice acting and there's a performance being done, I hate talking over it and I hate skipping it. It's like, oh man.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to rush, but at the exact same time you're wanting to take your time. Yeah, it's like I want to take my time. I don't want to rush, but I also recognize that if I'm going to, I like to make you yapping, like hearing your insight and points. Well, thank you. It does me wonders to hear that actually. Oh man. It's like I feel like as a game designer, I think design-wise, the easiest game is like something like this, where it's using the visual novel format. As a writer, this is the hardest thing in the world. And I think game designers think that, oh, well, we'll just do this, it'll be easy. And it's like, you are an idiot. Because that was actually something I ran into when I took interactive narrative in college was, oh my god, the number of game designers who thought they were good writers and the number of writers who thought they were good game designers. It's like, you can be both, but when you're really good at one and think you're good at the other, oh man, it just hurts. It's like you sit there and you watch. It's like watching somebody who's really good at a particular skill of like, you know, like they're good at sewing or something, and then they like, okay, we're gonna take on doing like something else dexterous, but it's like they use this entirely different muscles. It's like I'm trying to think of a good analogy for it, but it's like it doesn't work the same. You know, having the concepts, knowing the concepts of one doesn't make you better at it.
As she rips her flesh from her bone,
We'll skip that part because we can go.
Comes from behind you. The clap. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm. You cut into her flesh.
I'm trying my best to get them to match, you know, it's like...
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
I feel like to be able to get something like this down really well and to do it excellently, you have to be a fantastic writer and also know the strengths of a medium, of a genre, right? And I think sometimes when it comes to someone who's a traditional writer, you know, you were taught in writing classes and you did all these writing classes, and you go into video games, it's not the same as writing short stories.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole
Sorry, I'm skipping, but I feel like it's not the same to write something like doing something like this, the visual novel format with additions, because this game does have additions. It's like you can't use the same skills as you would when you're writing a short, like you, because when I took writing classes, I wrote a lot of short stories, and I found that it was great practice for writing, but it doesn't teach you how exactly, like it really does take a lot of practice and time to understand how do you write in this format.
No, she didn't.
Without something going, without execution feeling awkward.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
It's like the hero I don't want to skip as much, but the narrator, I'm like, narrator, narrator, hang on a step.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the door.
We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
And you get... I can warn her at this point, but I think we need to... So I think it's the witch? Because I would like to see the thorn again. Yeah, we have to go for it.
There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
Thank you, hero.
You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease.
You know what's funny is it feels like particularly her hands, the sharper her nails look, the more dangerous she is.
You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over.
You know what's weird about this? This particular ending note, like these ending notes, as much as I'd prefer for things to go differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. But he does. Him saying, but it's over, I don't know why, but this line, given the end goal of the narrator with doing this, with trying to slay the princess, it's weird that it feels like, no, he can, he just doesn't know how to continue it.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
The witch. The witch.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I feel like you're on a path in the woods. Like I said earlier, sleeper agent call. You hear you're on a path in the woods and it's immediately like, slay the princess.
You're here to slay her.
Thank you, narrator. I will go.
She will lie.
You have to go forward. I apologize.
Cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
To the cabin. To the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room.
Huh.
The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
It's kind of funny because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I haven't read the description for the witch's cabin in a long time.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I will take blade.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
When I gifted you this game, I wanted to send it with the opening line, but the letter limitation was too strict. Yeah, the gift notes on Steam, it's like you only have so many. You have to be kind of like, okay, how do I say this? How do I put this down? It's like, it kind of feels like this line is, it sits similarly in my mind as certain other opening lines in games. Because it feels like, it feels so similar to, I'm trying to think of the, it's like I can't recite it verbatim all the time, but you know that intro dialogue that's at the beginning of Shin Megami Tensei 5? When I read it, it was like, oh yeah, I know this. This is something I know. And I feel like once you hear it, your brain just goes, yep, I know this. I remember it. You know, you start, it's like hearing that first 10 seconds of a song that you listen to all the time when you were younger. It's like, or just one that you really love. It's like, oh yeah, I know this.
Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
That's not actually a bad idea.
Alright, let's go.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you
why'd I do that?
penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up.
You know what's funny?
The earth.
I normally alliteration in writing classes, and in some of the books I understand, you're not supposed to use alliteration to, like, some writing books will say never use alliteration, and I think if anybody tells you that, they read books, they read books about writing more than they write books, which to me tells me that they're not good at it. Because, like music, a guideline, a general practice, a good practice, is not an absolute. You know, like, alliteration is not something to be avoided. It's just something like, don't overdo it. It's like run-on sentences. You don't want to do too many run-on sentences, but having one in your story that's like, you're just catapulting off, you're going crazy, right? Sometimes it's an artistic choice. And I think too many writers think about what's technically correct rather than think about what is artistically the best option. And sometimes, like, Massive Maw gets the point across. You could say gigantic, or you could say enormous, but the flow of this sentence is so messed up if you switch that word.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
See, also similarly, the word choice here.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is.
There always is.
I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss.
We're going in, and now I know what to do. Hello.
Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
Similarly, repetition. It's like, repetition is powerful. I feel like it's weird that repetition is something that people say, it's like, you're not supposed to do this as a writer. And it's like, okay, I'm sorry. Do you happen to know what repetition does in music? Because repetition can legitimize in music. It's like when you have a riff in a guitar, like a guitar riff in a song, like, I'm thinking, why is Nickelback the first one that, like when you set the tone by having something repeated. And in music, that's just how it works. You legitimize, but it's not the same in written word, but.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
It's like, you don't. I feel like this game's a great example of, if you learned in writing classes, the goal is that you learn how to write properly in writing classes, and then you spend the rest of your life learning what rules you feel willing to break. Because that's how it works.
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind.
It's funny that the narrator, because each one is sort of like a robot, it's sort of like every instance of a robot being started up at the same point and having to figure out what is going on when they get turned on.
Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Time to talk. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna say one thing really quick. I'm gonna start with this.
Ooh, Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back
Starting
on the right
here.
foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Okie dokie. You know what? Here we go. Here you go.
You can't be serious.
Watch this.
Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no.
As do I. I, abstain?
You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
And this is a monarchy. This isn't a democracy. This is
To get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do.
yes.
You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
There you go.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
You hear a clanging of metal against the dirt floor, and the chains fall from the princess's wrist.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little...
I don't know what it is, but The Witch is probably one of my favorites just because combo of design and cunning. I appreciate how smart she is despite being really sneaky.
A woman after my own heart. It's a shame we just gave her a weapon, because if I were her, I'd use it on us right now.
Luckily for us, you're not her.
Oh, we sure think alike, though. I can promise you that. Whatever you say next, you better make it count.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
You know what? You know what? I kind of want to do this one because I don't think I've seen this line.
She pulls back, clearly caught off guard by whatever nonsense you just said to her.
I thought it was nice. Whether it's nice depends on if we meant it. We didn't mean it. Did we?
I meant it.
If you were lying, we'd all know. But unfortunately, you weren't lying.
What? What do you mean by that? What kind of game are you playing?
The look of surprise that momentarily softened her features vanishes as she steals her nerves. And then she buries the blade in your heart.
I just realized it's not that she's not right-handed. It just occurred to me that she's not right-handed. That's funny. It just occurred to me that the princess isn't like in. I feel like she must be left-handed then, because it's multiple instances of her using the left hand to stab.
No.
Even.
No, come on, that's not right. I told you. This is what she was going to do.
Really quick, gonna type something up. There we go.
Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
It'll work out in the end.
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yep. The thorn.
You're on a path in the woods.
I can't believe she actually stabbed us. I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it. Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument.
I feel like this is what happens when you and somebody you care about hurt each other, and this is the end result where you both have to figure out how to get out of it.
Oh, you're far from
Oh,
being
shut
on
up,
the
Smitten.
right side of anything. You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future. Ho ho, a visionary. I like it. Tell me more.
You know, I do wonder if the guy who did the voices for the narrator, I wonder if in a weird way this is his inner monologue. Not like this exactly, but like he hears different voice acting voices in his head when he's trying to make decisions.
Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper. I like journeys. Traveling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to? Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love. She
Silence.
hates us, does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death. Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change. So maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence. You know, maybe you're right.
Let's go back.
Try exactly. You are aware I've been listening to you, right? It makes no difference if we conspire.
I don't know what's.
or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom.
Makes you so relatable. Such an unhinged line said so casually. Yeah, it's about me. It's about me being relatable. It's like, what are you talking about, man?
Oh, are you? Great. So you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up.
Alright, we'll go there. To the cabin!
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too.
The opportunist position is whichever one is the nicest at the time.
Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
To the cabin!
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore. The burned-out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old.
I feel like maybe the reason the witch and the damsel feel so particular to me is because this feels like the cycle of love in different ways, where when something is burned down and new things grow out of it, sometimes that is what has to happen. Sometimes when you and somebody doesn't get along, you have to start from the beginning, and this is how it happens.
The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table. A pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
I like how he calls it the pristine blade.
We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. Let me guess. You want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work.
She's not supposed to have the thing that stabs the heart.
If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We've already shown her our heart.
Oh, sure,
Unless her heart
smitten.
tells her to stab us, which doesn't seem unlikely. So yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
I don't know why, but the smitten saying we've shown her our heart is like, dude, you've already done that. You've done that. You've already done that, my man. All right, to the mirror.
You step.
You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror and behold our handsome features.
Okay, really quick, I do have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna throw up the be right back screen. Flash my screen blocker. One moment. You know, I didn't realize it until after I was running up the stairs and I'm thinking, why do I have to go to the bathroom during a stream? And then I realized, yeah, during the day, you don't stream, so you're just used to, I'm used to being able to go to the bathroom at whenever, and because it's like, oh, I have to go to the bathroom, got it. But when I'm streaming, like, it's funny because from after a couple years of streaming at this point, from 7 to 11 now, it's like, okay, anything going on inside doesn't matter. For 4 hours, nothing moves. Jeez. Ran up and down the stairs really fast. Thankfully, I'm very quick. Jeez.
You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing?
Alas, our fine features remain unseen. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it?
Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
To the basement.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease. At least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved.
I do wonder, for everybody in chat, what is your favorite princess?
These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it.
Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me. I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
I feel like this one too is...
Continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward.
This one also feels sad.
You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles. The space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess. Her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
I'm gonna go with not here to laugh.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
I'm gonna go with the actual top one.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
I feel like this is a greater expression of some of the stuff we've talked about already, that those ideas of being in love with somebody, you hurt each other sometimes. The grip is, you know, it's like, to quote one of my favorite songs of all time, every rose has its thorn. You grip onto a handful of roses too tightly and you forget that such a beautiful plant has thorns. I always think, I think the imagery of somebody gripping onto a handful of roses and, you know, like the blood coming out is such a interesting visual to describe what it means. Let's see. Nothing I can say to change your mind.
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own.
We don't need words to send a message.
Shut up, Smitten. Shut up, Smitten.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
She trusts us. She trusts us.
That was Smitten.
A little. It could just be nerves. Being this close to her does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know, it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her.
You know, I didn't just think about it now, and I feel bad that I only noticed it right now. She always has a tiara of some kind. And it just occurred to me that hers is made up of the pricker bush, see? She always has a tiara, she always has a dress. Always has the shoulders exposed, though. I don't know what the deal is with that. But, I don't know, I just noticed that. It's just funny that she's always a princess, no matter what form that takes.
We are special.
Just Smitten.
Let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance. That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
I see that the lines have been drawn.
I mean, well, you can tell the difference between any princess is usually the tiara if the body hasn't drastically changed. Yep. I feel like if I can get us to the den, I think I would like to see what the den's tiara is, because I kind of forget what the den and beast have.
It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count. And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Cut her free.
What a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action.
Everyone deserves a chance at redemption.
That's right. What he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong.
What a dork.
So I want to help you all free her.
And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys.
I feel like also, one thing I've noticed about a lot of indie games is that why did my brain just think there are 2 things that are popped into my brain, and one of them cut over what I was gonna say, where it was musical motifs are really well done. Like, indie games really have a lock on doing motifs, you know, like musical motifs across a game. I don't know why it just popped in that. And they also have a really big fascination with a very specific orchestral sound. And it was like, because I was thinking about how Hollow Knight has similar tonality with its orchestral choices. And I don't know why that just popped, like, ripped into my head of, they love the viola and the cello, right? And it's like, what? That's not what I was going to say. Well.
You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
I feel like this game gets the power of choice better than other games I've played in ways. Like player agency is something that this game somehow manages better than... You know what? I feel bad now that that for the last 2 years, I now have a open world RPG similar to other games by games by Bethesda. Why is it that now I have 2 games? Well, one of them is by Bethesda because Starfield was my punching bag last year. Why is Avowed becoming my Starfield of this year? That now it's just, here's my punching bag, my straw man, which is just horrible because now I'm like, I don't like doing that. But it's like, it's true though, because one thing that's important is that I always have the choice here. Even when I don't, I have a choice. And yet, in other games, even if they give you the illusion of a million choices, there's only a few. Hell, sometimes there's even one. In that game, it's actually just you have one. You get one good choice.
Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge.
You're right. He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody.
Shut it, opportunist.
Good thing I've been on your... The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
What? What? I actually forget that this is an option. Nah.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs.
You should have kissed her, you fool. It was the perfect moment.
Nah.
Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us?
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can...
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
As you swing your blade into the thorns covering
Hey.
the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
Your nightmare is our dream. We'll weave something new together. Something better.
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
There we go.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day. You irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
And yoink. Bye, Thorn.
She's gone, and there's that mirror again.
Alright, I'll see you later, hero.
This doesn't feel right, yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt. If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
Nah, it's fine. Time to look at my face again. I've grown. Yes, I have. The long quiet. Ba-dip. Hello.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
I feel like after this, now we're going to be diving into the princesses where I'm like, okay, it gets a bit more complicated than that. Where do I want to go next, though, is the question, huh? I at least tangentially remember some of them, and I do have a... I did at least grab myself a tiny little chart, so I remember some things. Alrighty. Time to go.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Ow. I will say that noise is super loud, by the way. It is wild how loud that can be. Alright.
You're on a path in the woods.
You still have 3 more to do, yeah?
At the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Let's see. You know what? I think I know where I want to go next.
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okie dokie. To the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
I think I'm gonna try and get to...
She says.
I think I'm gonna try and do Princess and the Dragon again.
We're not gonna go through with this, right? Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I think that's the one I want to do.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
So this one we're going to do...
You take the blade from the table.
We're going to do this one... This one, I feel like this ending is probably the weirdest one to acquire, in my opinion, because it feels
The door to the basement
backwards.
creaks open. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
It is funny that it's also interesting. Like I said at the beginning of stream, that when you take the blade, you've immediately set the tone for you and the princess's relationship, and it's interesting how different the world feels.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue down the
You're
stairs.
still listening to reason.
This one might be quick.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Yes.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
We're gonna go right for
You
it.
step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
I feel like this is...
You should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
I feel like this ending is probably the funniest one, just because it feels the most sudden, right?
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Yep.
Yes, exactly. It's over.
All right.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
I feel like another part of this game that's a little bit understated at times is the audio design. Like, not just the music, because the music is, of course, fantastic, but... And it's really... It's specifically the ambience and the sound effects that I'm thinking about. You know, like, the sound effect of the knife stabbing into flesh, the sound effects of the plants being ripped apart, the door slams. I feel like that, too, is a part of the sound design that is really key to keeping the game locked in.
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today.
Let's just get out of here. I do feel bad we're rushing a little.
Door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
Peculiar.
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here.
This is good. You'll be happy.
What's done is done, and there's no going back now. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
You know, now thinking about that metaphor I had of how each route of this game is the different ways in which you handle the emotions you have for somebody else, or even down to just, this is how it feels when you think you see somebody. This ending in particular feels like you see somebody and you like, oh, maybe I have feelings for this person, and you immediately kill that feeling. You kill those feelings right away. This is what it's like. It almost feels like, yeah, if you never open yourself up to somebody else and trust in the change that exists in that basement of our heart, it's like, yeah, you just end up with nothing.
Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right? I do, but you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
And this is the crux of the entire argument. That stasis, that remaining safe. It's like the safety of not changing is preferable to the possibility of better things, because you might get hurt in the end. Which is true of this entire story. Like, you get hurt so many times trying to understand and grapple with the princess that, yeah, you do get hurt. But how much better and more colorful is the world?
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it.
Yep. Just as I was saying, that in a way, you can't have the world without it ending.
Don't you dare.
Without it being changed.
Thank you. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate?
You know, I will say, I made a comment in my first stream of this where I said British, and it's funny because I don't think I've heard the phrase ingrate without thinking about it being in a British accent. Not often.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Alright. Vector.
You're on a path in the woods.
Thank
You're
you,
here
narrator.
to slay her.
Okie dokie dokie. Dodie.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, she won't be a problem.
This also reminds me of an ending in the Stanley Parable where the narrator begs you to stay in a room that he insists is pure bliss, with the only meaningful choice or action Stanley could take being to reset. While you try to commit to that act, the narrator begs you not to take this away from him. Yeah, because that's basically it, is that... And you know what's like... Okay, Persona 5 spoilers. I'm gonna put on... You know what I'll do? I'll put on... Where is it? I'll put on this while I'm talking about Persona 5 spoilers. But... That's how what Maruki kind of wanted, was that there are... Like, because I feel like that's a twist I need to keep close to the chest, but... I feel like there are, like, a lot of times there's characters in fiction where they have the purest intentions of wanting people to stop being in pain, for people to stop dying, really. For change to not come and for people to stay happy and to have their greatest wishes granted. It doesn't... I don't think it really it ever occurs to those characters until it's too late, or when they're given the chance to finally see it, that the world is beautiful because of its impermanence. Like, yeah, it's sad when something is gone, but the memories of the good in there are not negated simply because it has ended or something bad happened. Like, Maruki had a relationship and he's like, well, I want her to be happy again. I don't want people to be hurt anymore. So I'm going to become this martyr. And it's like, but you're not a martyr. You're doing something so wholly selfish by having a hero complex about it. Now then. But it feels true though, right? That I think some characters have the best intentions with that. And it's tragic because you can see where they went wrong. From the outside, you can see it. You know it.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Take blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
So I think the last two we do, we're going to have to go a little quicker, but only so that because I do need to finish stream around 2. So I am going to the last ending is probably going to be I'm going to show what I do when I'm going quick. But I don't want to. I hate doing it, but I'm going to have to.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
I feel like me saying I feel bad for rushing this is my greatest advertisement of if you like what you're seeing in this game, and it feels weird to say this like 2.5 hours into stream, but if you've liked what you've seen so far, 2 things you can do. 1, you can subscribe to me, so you can see more me playing more games like this, because maybe you like the video. But if you're here for the game entirely, go buy the game. If you've bought the game already, good, excellent. But if you haven't already bought this game, go buy it, explore it at your pace. This is one of those games where it is fundamental to go and just play it over and over and over again. Have fun with it, enjoy it, savor it. Because it's such a beautiful experience, but it's built on the choices you make.
Below is silent. Nobody's here. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see.
So we'll go a little quicker, I'm sorry.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. 2 deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost! Oh. Wow. Absolutely terrifying.
I forgot the cold does this.
What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
I think the Spectre is also one of my favorites just because of how pretty she is. I don't know what it is. She's just pretty in a weird way. Maybe just because it's weird how infrequent ghosts, like true genuine ghosts like this are anymore. I don't know what it is. Like ghosts like this.
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
It's like the Spectre is the memory of every would-be relationship you've ever seen and killed before you had the chance.
So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
I have a plan.
I see you brought that annoying knife again. So, are you waiting for a chance to use it? Or are you here for something else?
Let's see. Let's go with this.
You poor thing. That must have been so frightening for you.
You know, after everything we've been through, it's nice to see someone finally sympathising with us. This whole thing's been an ordeal, hasn't it?
It's funny how hard it is to consider that we have lived and died a lot of times through all this.
She doesn't mean it.
It serves you right.
Fair.
I was pretty scared too, when you stood there not saying a word with a knife clenched in your fist. But now you know how bad it hurts to get stabbed in the chest. It sounds like you got exactly what you were owed.
I mean, fair. Fair.
Too little, too late.
Fair.
You can still make things right.
She's not in a position to bargain with us. We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have another chance?
I feel like this is, again, the hero. This is the hero being the voice of emotional reason.
When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it?
I do. It's like the monster doesn't do... If the monster exists without... The monster exists for no reason besides just living. It's like, what am I supposed to say?
No.
I mean, in my head, I'm thinking it's like, do you apologize to the moose for hunting it? And it's like, yeah. Because of all the beings I have to go for.
So don't try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
Well, let's ask. Let's just get to it, shall we? Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Let's see. What do you want from me?
I just want the same thing I've always wanted. To go home. But this place won't let me go. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place.
Her voice echoing is a bit
even the
strange.
spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything would be fine. Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things. It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you own me.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us?
I feel like this particular ending feels like it takes such a specific chain of dominoes to get to.
And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along?
I just realized how much they emboldened the us here. I forgot about that.
Now, isn't that an interesting thought? You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
That's great.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
Aw, man.
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul.
I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
I mean, this is funny. This is probably the most intricate way to
Too
get
late
here.
Stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and
Need more water.
convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
I think it's funny that I'm thinking about how weird it is that you have to let her. You have to trust her in a weird way to let her in entirely.
Open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as.
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
So, it doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor, are they also supposed to be you?
I feel like this is the most interesting part, is you get the idea as to what's going on with the voices, with the mirror.
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass.
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
I'm a voice? I'm me is what I am. Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too.
In a weird way, I kind of wonder if the mirror is a metaphor for the inside of us, like how when we reflect inside, when we reflect internally, what do we see? Is it a true mirror or is it a distorted window?
I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you?
I appreciate how empathetic she is despite being a somewhat vengeful spirit. I think that's been true of the princess in general, is that she understands the feelings, even if at times she doesn't show that she can.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
The narrator does feel the most like a shadow.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she's nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
Oh, jeez, I need to stretch my arms. The only downside of playing games that are like 100% on PC is that I have to set up very specifically, and I have to move very carefully because I don't want to move my mouse too quickly or something and like make the microphone jitter.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this.
Now this is the part that's the most interesting.
Isn't that an interesting idea? I hadn't even considered it as an option. Slaying her would slay you. Are you sure you're willing to do that? Of course we're sure. The decision has already been made. All right then.
Cool. I love this ending.
Ferrying her out.
I love this ending a lot.
After all that, you're really just going to stab me again?
Hear that? She's scared. No point. You lift the blade, then plunge it deep into your guts. Pain spreads quickly through your torso as you attempt to turn its edge up towards your heart. The princess, her spirit bound to your prison of flesh as she had once been bound to the basement's prison of stone, cries out in agony as you slice through organ and muscle.
I don't want to die in you. I thought you finally understood me, but instead you just wanted to hurt me again.
Your skin roils and bucks as she violently pushes against it from the inside.
Cool.
Bits of her seep through, white and glowing with ethereal light, but still the walls of your prison hold.
If only I could drag you with me and make you understand. But that's not the way things get to go for me, is it?
It would certainly be interesting.
Get away from me, you cold little freak.
Feel a dull tear like strips of meat being delicately peeled from bone. Doesn't matter how delicate the hands if you are the meat. You're stripped away from yourself, or stripped away from something that used to be you, or stripped away from something that used to be important. At the very least, you've been stripped away from something. It always hurts to forget at first, but then you forget the pain.
Close to leaving, and now look at you. Look at me. Is this what you wanted?
Here we are. Words both inside and outside of your head. Before you, the ground's a writhing mass of flesh and scales and feathers.
Oh, you're here. I thought I was going to be alone again. I didn't mean to bring you with me. I'm happy I only seem to have brought you. That's not nice of me to say.
Man, that heartbeat is loud.
Bad, but they were definitely mostly bad. Maybe this means things between us can get better. Maybe everything that went wrong just came from them. I hope. Because I really wouldn't like to be stabbed a third time.
Gurgling liquid bubbles up from open pockets in the disintegrating mass in front of you. He's trying to speak, but no longer has the tissue that speech requires.
If we need to leave together to get out, this could still count. We have to try before your body stops being alive.
Let's see. Sorry I stabbed us.
I'm sure you had your reasons, but I think we have to leave now. Come on, let's...
Cool. Seated in a room that is empty, a chain digs into your wrist, binding one arm to the wall. It is quiet and you are alone. This is what you deserve. Wow. Write that 50 times.
Are you still there? Am I alone again?
I think The Princess in the Tower is it might be my all-time favorite of the like pre-final stuff.
I don't know why you did what you did, but it's hard to be mad when you're just as stuck as I am. I'm just trying to make the best of things. You could always make the best of things too, if you want. We both have a chance to start over.
I love this.
Besides, there's something about you being in here with me that feels... right. I never wanted to be your enemy.
Let it go.
I don't know. I hope they're okay. Some of them, at least. I didn't like the one that kept bossing you around. And that quiet one kinda gave me the creeps. I liked that last one, though. He was nice. I hope he's okay.
Hero's nice. I love him. Let's see. We still ghost. Solid, then translucent, then solid again.
It's like sometimes we are and sometimes we aren't. Like we're something in between ghost and not ghost.
Adorable. Let's see.
I wish I knew, but I think we're probably stuck here until something happens. Well, that's what I've always done. I already told you I don't have any ideas. I did tell you that, right?
It's...
sorry if I didn't.
Let's see. I think both times nothing happened until after I saw a title card.
You've gotten title cards? What did they say?
First one I got was...
Well, the first one is sweet. Well, maybe you're just misguided. And the story's not over yet. We might
love
still
this.
find a happy ending. But I think it's time we start a new chapter. How about...
I feel like this is the best part where it's like the story's not over yet. We can still find a happy ending. We just need to start a new chapter. Like, I love this. I think this wording also plays back to the whole story in total, where it's if we keep trying to find the new chapter of our story, we might find the happy ending, you know?
Chapter 3. The Princess and the Dragon. Thanks. I thought it would be fun.
I like also that the moment we drop the title card, yep, story started.
I guess you made it back here.
The gaze turns back to your hands, they flicker once again.
You're still all wrong. It's like you don't really know what we're supposed to be.
Like the concept art of a princess being brought to life. Scraping metal against the surface, your flickering body, and the flickering your body stops, you are solid.
I know that sound. That's the knife. I guess it's hard to do anything without it.
Speaking hinges once again, this time clear, closer.
Scary. It's hard to describe. It's hard to look at you.
I feel like it's funny to hear... Look at him! I always forget how crazy this boy looks. Look at him. Like, that's you. That's the character you play as the whole time. Crazy. Let's see. Wild hollow eyes. Let's see. This sticks with me so much. Because it's such a fascinating reversal of the entire story.
I guess we'll just have to talk to them. So, here we are again. I'm back in chains and you have your knife. So, what are we going to do?
I don't figure Cox decides. Inquisitive, suspicious, hostile, its emotions are unreadable.
I guess we could just stare at each other?
Silence holds.
No, I don't think so. You've always been a little quiet. I can't hear what's going on.
Always been a little
anymore
quiet.
Now that I'm back in my own body. Do you want to share your thoughts? It'd only be polite, really.
Oh, you would like to hear what we're thinking, wouldn't you?
There's the blade of his head dangling by the handle in front of his eyes.
But I think we hold the power right now.
Silence is the figure because he stares the wild grin but does not act.
How dull. We've already had our discussions in private. I'd rather not keep listening to the rest of you run in circles, repeating the same arguments again and again and again. It was so much more interesting when we had someone to mediate.
To make the opportunist the worst. Yeah, this one really does push the opportunist to the limit.
I'm sorry, did you just share privileged information with the enemy? Well, it isn't privileged anymore, now is it? Do we really need all this secrecy? No, we don't. Yes we do. Sidebar, everyone, now. Chop chop.
Silence is the mind in front of you falls back into itself. No response.
Excuse me. They're not listening to me.
I have to make them listen.
No more nice princess for them. I'm going to speak my mind.
It's funny how this kind of proves that the voices are just simply not able to handle the task alone.
Hello? I'm trying to say something.
Hey, I said I'm talking now. Will you listen to me?
So you are, and very loudly. Do you have something to say?
Oops. I mean, yeah. I already know about all that privileged information because he's in here with me.
Oh, how very interesting. Yeah, that changes things, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
You can tell when the hero's talking because he's trying to cover himself.
Oh, it changes things, all right. We get to take out 2 birds with 1 stone.
Wait, what?
From what I remember, it's pretty easy to kill you the first time around. And this time you're back to being very... what's the word?
Yeah, he actually does look like a dragon now. It's wild to think about.
Fleshy? Yes, exactly. That's precisely the word I was looking for. You're fleshy now. No more of that incorporeality. Trust me, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think it would be easy.
And are you doing this?
Oh, I most definitely am.
You feel small as the monster in front of you attacks, blade raised and wings spreading. Yeah.
Now,
oh god.
Now, we voted.
I clicked too fast.
It was not a majority decision, but we did have a plurality. He shouldn't count. Says who? Says me. He's not one of us. He's been here since the beginning. The old chum really deserves to say. Besides, you'll all thank us when this is finally over and we are officially on top. But in... Oh, so you finally decided to do something, have you?
Times just a moment's cold eyes regard you. In silence, still as soft eyes hesitate. The sharp sting of cold metal sliding deep into your chest, but you can feel something else too. Fear as your legs wobble, and then as...
collapses against the wall.
You know what's funny? I feel like, yeah, Crooked, what you said, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think it was easy, is the most terrifying personal philosophy to have. Especially when taken to this extreme. I feel like it's exactly that, where it's like, if somebody has the philosophy that I'll only do something if it's easy, then it's like such an easy way to sidestep responsibility.
See? It was too easy. Don't feel bad. Life is all about taking
yeah, the opportunist sucks.
wins. I mean, of course they did. Yeah,
Yeah, screw hard work. I guarantee you that anyone who's anyone has done nothing but take shortcuts. Am I supposed to find that? Of course you are. Yes, everyone's very impressed with your accomplishments.
What are you waiting for? You won, didn't you?
Oh, you're different. You're back, just as I intended.
Opportunist sucks.
It's quiet again. Are you still going to kill me?
Ooh, should we? Absolutely. Nothing.
Then the only thing left to do is cut me out of here. You should give the knife to me, though. What if you using it kicks you out of your body again?
Okay, listen. I know you're in charge again.
Shut up, opportunist.
Fate eventually.
Here you go.
You hand the blade to the princess, who gingerly cuts herself free from her bindings. You maniac.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's funny that all these voices said collectively, we're gonna stab her really fast.
And then what happens? Then, as her chains clatter to the floor, she turns her back on you and hurls the blade through the basement window, never to be seen again. No. You need the blade to deal with her.
You know what's funny? I feel like this is one of the very few times where that basement window comes into factor at all. This window specifically. It like no other story says, hey, let's throw the blade out that window and see what happens. Like even in the initial story, it's like that basement window is just there. She pulled a voice of the contrarian. Yeah, seriously.
I'm so glad that's behind us. Come on, let's get out of here.
She reaches forward and takes your hand in hers before excitedly pulling you towards the basement stairs. Yeah? And what does it feel like? Is it nice? Why do you want to know? You can tell a lot of things about someone from their handshake. I want to know more about the person we decided unanimously to throw our lot in with. Ugh, whatever. It's delicate and tender. So even through everything, she hasn't forgotten what it's like to have a heart. That'll do.
Opportunist sucks.
The two of you rush up the basement stairs together. Ugh. Welcome back, by the way. Yes, we all missed you so very much. I missed you the most. You weren't even here until he was gone.
The opportunist also just showing up sporadically is funny.
Doesn't matter. If you step through that door, you're damning every single person alive. You do realize that, yes? Who cares?
One last door and then we're free. I'm down a hand, so you'll have to be the one to open it.
Okay. All right.
Twist the doorknob in your hand and step forward into the world you've damned. You and the princess fall to the ground, exhausted.
It's almost like when you step into the world and it's like, oh, you've damned this world. It's because you've ended what was and created what will be. In a way, it's like, yeah, you and the person you care about most, in some ways, do get to be alone in the quiet of each other's company.
I hope this all comes back to bite you, do you hear? I hope you're forced to feel the weight of all the regret there's ever been.
I don't know why, but him saying forced to feel the weight of all the regret that's ever been, it's like, I don't know, man. I've felt the regret of the ages for years. Doesn't matter. What pain is there truly but knowing that it's happened? He doesn't finish his thought before disappearing entirely. You find yourself free of any of the regrets he wished upon you.
I didn't think I'd ever get to be happy, but I think I am. I just didn't realize that being happy would feel so cold.
Alrighty. We are going to have to zoom a little bit through number 4.
She's gone. And is that a mirror?
Back here again.
This doesn't feel right. If they think it's bad, ignore the cowards.
Alright. Into the reflection. I've withered. I am a fool. Once again. Hello again. Yeah, we might have to zoom a little bit because we only have an hour.
A growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. to all of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Alrighty. Let's see. How many more vessels do you need?
We will know when we near our destination.
So basically we need the next one and then one more, and then we're done. So I need to go a little quicker.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
I guess the thing that I've noted with this story is that the narrator isn't, like I said earlier, that the narrator isn't wrong. I don't think the narrator is a bad guy for continuously like the original one. I don't think he's a bad guy for desiring his world to never end. It's just, in a way, that person couldn't bear the weight of existence. That's sad.
You're on a path in the woods. You're...
All right. I apologize for how fast this is going to go, but for the fourth run, I'm going to do what I did to find routes. So I apologize how fast this is going to click through, and I also will apologize in advance that some details are going to be zoomed through. So, let's see. I think I know where I want to go right now. I'm just going to make sure. I'm going to look really quick. Where do I want to be now? Okay, I see. I know where I want to go next, so towards the cabin.
You make
Speed
your way
wagon.
a short path to a wall.
All right. Zoom time. Apologies. Take the blade.
The door to the basement. Her voice. She sounds.
In down the stairs.
Focus on.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
No.
Then why did you bring a knife with you?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look, don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her.
Yep, well, you can drop it.
The blade tumbles out of
There
your
we go.
trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just...
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess.
Look how bored
face
she
to
looks.
face. Unarmed.
I like how stone-faced she is. Look at her.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
It's funny now thinking about how this particular outcome feels like, yeah, it's such an awkward start when you come in with vicious intent or the intent to destroy, and then it's just, no, I have to drop that for now. Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Riz is 0 for this man.
Believe me.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Alrighty.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Getting you out of here.
You have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far
Alright.
too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful.
Yeah, this part's the same.
I'll be here.
It's funny seeing how
You
different she
attempt to
is.
Make your way out of the basement. Is someone else here?
Turn to the bottom.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't.
Save the princess.
Against your better judgment.
Look how big her eyes are.
Place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through barbed. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, We won't have as the
Yeah, so so now it's a similar version to the original, but we
stop that.
We
I
have to
thought
dodge
this
this.
was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward
Left-handed.
and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
You know, it's funny that I feel like I wonder how many people know the very old-fashioned left-handed connotations in terms of storytelling and people, like how it used to be thought of. So I remember being told stories that my uncle was actually like, he's left-handed. He was left-handed, and then was left-handed. He was left-handed, and he was constantly being told, all right, you have to write with your right hand. And what he learned how to do is write with both, obviously, but because left-handedness used to be associated with like deviant behavior, you know, being evil. And it's funny because I think about it that it's such an old thing, but it's like left-handedness doesn't denote anything really. It's just being left-handed. But it has older connotations. So when you hear a character is left-handed, sometimes it's like, it's sort of like seeing something that's slightly in the uncanny valley, where it's like a character being purposefully left-handed can throw you off a little.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end. I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark.
And you die.
You're on a path. You're here.
Alright. To the cabin. Yeah, we have to go a little quicker.
No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
I forgot the skeptic is very funny. The skeptic is very funny, though. Alrighty.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
You know what's funny about this particular route is that I just realized that it's actually the quickest one I could have taken.
The blade is your implement.
Take the blade.
You take good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
I will say also that the other route you get from this is probably one of the most insane ones visually.
Revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
I wonder what visitors she could be referring to. Were we not the first?
The skeptic has no idea what's going on.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands.
Man, the ambience here is crazy. I forgot about it.
Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall?
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Sit with her.
You step towards the princess. She stops you before you get too close, holding up.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Let's see.
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But
I think it's funny.
I remember.
So you've already been... As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. It's complicated things. How, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion.
Feeling quiet again, but it's just funny to listen to.
Right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
A contingency for what?
For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were.
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even.
It's funny that the narrator feels like every dungeon master who's like, I cannot tell you about these certain details or you will go off somewhere else.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met.
That's pathetic.
I never said I wasn't.
Man, he really just admitted he's pathetic. That's sad.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it.
Moving on. Why?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous
We need to go.
waters.
We need to move, though.
Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
I feel like that's true in life.
I won't.
Just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming. Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional.
Unless she really could survive.
I think it's funny that her tiara is black and transparent. Like, it's wire.
I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
Right, let's see.
Let me borrow that knife. Don't worry, you'll get it back.
But she seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing.
Oh, please. She's just putting on an act to disarm you.
Though if she
Alright, let's do it.
bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit
Let's
alone.
do this.
There's no...
So,
I don't know.
then let me help you. Oh, that doesn't... There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him.
Okay, sorry for clicking through so quickly, but we do have to move because I only have so much time. Let's see. Where is it? Okay.
Slide it over.
No, you tried this last time.
Oh, I remember. She killed us, which, by your...
Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't be too keen on repeating your mistake.
A little. I think you got your point across. Fine.
Yay, knife.
You slide the blade across the floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Thanks.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly, as she raises the blade to her throat. What is she doing?
This part is probably the most insane to watch.
She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck.
No.
Her eyes stare forward, unblinking, as she saws through skin, veins,
Oh.
cartilage. At last she reaches bone, the blade grinding audibly against her vertebra as it continues to slice its way.
I didn't even notice it the first time I played through this part, but I did not even notice that the sawing noise goes right up against... It's like nails on a chalkboard.
I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that?
Huh. So that's her plan. Killing us? She isn't dead yet.
Finally, you hear a snap. Her eye twitches. There's an uneasy silence. She remains motionless for a long moment, her twitching eye the only movement in the room, until at last it stops in an unsettling half-wink. Her head twists slowly to the side, flopping to her shoulder, and her neck opens. The remaining tissue is not enough to hold the weight of her severed head. It stretches and tears until finally it falls to the floor, completely free. It bounces a few times before rolling to a stop at your feet. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? The princess's eyes stare up at you. I hate this. Of course, the princess is slain.
Now hold on.
I don't have an angle.
Look, I'm just not ready to...
You're just wasting...
Take the princess with me.
Ugh, fine. You pick up the princess's severed head, its neck stump still oozing bodily fluids. Then make your way back upstairs to the first floor of the cabin.
Did you see that? I could have sworn she moved.
She didn't. But what if she's not? Are you listening to yourself? Do I need to explain
I like
to you
this.
why decapitation is lethal?
All right, time to leave. With
Open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
It's kind of interesting that she has this expectation that she's going to live through this before you even decided so, but by having that confidence, she pushes you in the direction of perceiving it as true. It's funny because there's a bunch of notions in this game where if you believe something is true, then it exists, right? Which in a way is sort of a staple of the reality of Slay the Princess, is that by believing something is the way it is, like the narrator says it is this way, so it must be this way. And by extension, by believing that something will happen, it is true. Things happen. For example, the princess, every time we go back to the Long Quiet, it is strictly through the power of believing that she can erase your memory that she does. Like, she sends you right back to the beginning only because you believe that she can.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is... Wait, no, that's not right.
Well played.
This is the end of the world, isn't it? I always thought I'd at least have time to explain myself before I had to watch it happen. It's already
There we go.
over. Is he gone?
Like, she believes that this will happen, and so you do too.
But we're still here. Maybe it wasn't the end of the world after all. Maybe it was just the end of his.
I feel like the voice of the narrator also serves a metaphysical purpose, sort of like in the way that a story is like the narrator of a story, of an actual, like a book, for example. The narrator is only alive as long as you read from page 1 to the last page. Like, that voice is only there as long as the book is open. And he dies, essentially, when you stop reading the book. I actually play with that a little bit in the next book that I'm doing, so
Thanks
interesting
for carrying
stuff.
me up here. I had to take it on faith that you would know what to do. I'm glad I was right to trust you.
Also, this feeling of trust, right? That you and the princess have to trust each other in order to be able to escape and end the story.
So, this is the outside. Maybe it's just my lack of body, but it's colder than I expected.
Alrighty. One more time. Collection. We've unraveled. Okay, one more time. With Verve. Hello.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the Long Quiet. Do you know what we'll find out there? There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure really quick. How many more vessels?
One.
One more. One more to bring the singularity.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Boink. Alright, one more. Now, this is going to be the short version.
And at the end of that path is a cabin.
Where do I want to go?
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I guess I'm still chasing down the ones I like the most, but I don't think the Razor's my favorite. Are you going to argue and debate with her when you get there? My plan is to get the ending that I like the most, which is, the achievement says, and then what? That's the achievement that comes with it. I'll explain a little bit more when we get there, but it's like, I like arguing with her because that's the one that gets me to her. The real her, you know? And I like that. I like that ending the most. It's my favorite princess. Let's see. Yeah, let's go for that. I know what I can do.
To slay her.
Okay, we're gonna go the short version, as they say.
You may.
Alright, zoom. Zoom. No blade, go. Let's see, no blade, retrieve blade. Close door, wait, venture. Okay. You on the stairs. Talk about first.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back up.
Thank
But
She has to be bluffing. You
Grab the
run-
blade.
Okay. You slowly. Where the prince is it
Diddly
just
diddly
me?
do. Also, just all the presentation that's the scene of that scene, no matter the options. I was shocked you could skip it when you first did this. I assumed it was the default. Yeah, it's like it's weird how like some things you can there. I feel like again every time I play this game, you learn something new, right? Let's see. Let's finish
Your
this.
eyes- Where is she?
Close the door behind you.
You close the door behind you. Almost
But-
magically, its locks immediately.
I feel
fit
like
into
the
place.
end scene
Maybe
also.
they'll open if you finish the job.
The opening, the last scene with the princess and like the 5 runs you did, I like that it is truly the culmination of all of your player agency. I think that scene is what makes me think that saying that this game is just a visual novel, that's like, oh, it's just a slideshow narrative. It's like, that is where you are proven entirely wrong. Because every choice you made built up to the end of the story. And it's like, it's not that your choices never mattered. It's that all of them mattered. And that is the key of a video game to me, is that your choices matter. And it's like, sometimes choices are mechanical. Like, I'm going to use Magic the Gathering as my example because I am going to go play Magic today. That making the choice to play a card at a certain point is part of the game. And all of your choices snowball when you play a game of, you know, Commander, or you play... Like when I play Shin Megami Tensei 5, all of the choices that I have made up to the point where I saved last night, all of those choices culminate to the very moment of the game, to the end of the fights. Which fights do I find easy? Which ones do I find hard? When you're playing a role-playing game, your choices become cumulative, that every single one stacks on the other. When you play any game, really, that's the truth of it. Every game is built by player agency. If the person who is in the story, who is partaking in the story, lacks player agency, that is what... I think that's what sets as a game being a game. Even if the game, the choice is just, do you want to flip a coin? Do you want to flip a coin? Which, you know, rock, paper, scissors. It's still a game. Your choice is what option do you pick. Yeah, there may be a statistical you win button, but you're still making choices. Even games where, oh, there's, you know, it's like the choices aren't there, but it's how do you choose to... The choices in story choices. Mechanical choices are still choices. Like, if you're playing Devil May Cry, it's like, do you focus on a certain weapon type, or do you mix up your combo so you can get the best rankings? Those are choices. Those are part of it. Let's see, what is it? Wait. Close the door, wait and venture, investigate, then give up. I'll wait.
do you want to play a waiting game?
You do your best to patiently wait her out, but eventually, come on, wait.
Keep waiting.
Wait for as long as you can. Pushing you barely even realize.
That
tears you from your sleep. The princess is upon you, ripping into your flesh, unnaturally sharp. There's nothing to... It can't just end. As much as I'd prefer for everything goes dark.
And you die. The beast.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path
Let's see.
is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Yes, I remember how to get to the
You're
den.
here to slay her.
Alrighty, to the cabin.
Oh, she will lie as a cat. I don't see why that matters. Alone, she could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us. Oh, that's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously.
This is crazy. I think that last scene though, the options of the last scene. I'm also trying to think because, you know, me thinking about the work of this all. I do want to mention that one thing that strikes me so much is how much of this game, like, okay, I know this sounds silly to, it sounds like an obvious thing, but this is very hand-drawn. You know, it's done. I'm thinking about having to animate and make all of those options, right, art-wise. That's an insane amount of work to make all those different end scenes, you know, like, oh yeah, you went through and did all of these different options, all those different permutations. That's crazy. Take the blade to the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. She growls up the stair.
I can smell you.
I can smell you.
She sounds almost feral, impatient. You carefully make your way down the
I will
stairs.
say this one, I think the Beast is one of my favorites just because
The last step leads way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her. You see only a
Princess
fraction of
Morgan
Princess as she
Freeman.
scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her.
You know, I'm happy that reference. I don't know if that if the thing I specifically reference is what's being caught, or that's just Morgan Freeman's voice of "I can smell you." It's like, but that reference is so old now. It feels like, oh god, how old is that video? I shouldn't look. We have a little bit of time, but I'm gonna look really quick. 'Cause now I'm scared. Now I'm scared that I'm like, oh yeah, that's an old one, huh? Oh no, how old is that video? 12 years ago! 12 years ago though, huh? 2013. It's funny that joke is that old.
Remember, she's just a princess.
You know what's funny? She becomes more like a panther. Well, panthers don't really exist. I guess they're just a form of leopard that's dark.
She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping.
She is a leopard. Even though now I just said panther and I immediately started thinking of Eyes of the Panther by... Why is my brain turning off? God dang it. Steel Panther. Eyes of... God dang it. Eyes of a Panther by Steel Panther, yeah. Steel Panther. Someone said Chuck Testa the other day and I was sent to another realm. It's like, you hear a phrase from... It's weird that the, 2008... I would say 2008 to 2016 internet created a literal dictionary of sleeper agent like things, you know, where it's like you get catapulted back a decade ago when someone says something. I guess it's our generation learning those tones that make us all like flashback, right?
It doesn't matter what she is. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
But it's crazy to think about how old some of that stuff is, huh? So all I have to do is
I
fight
can
back.
hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
Move.
You lunge to the side, picking a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air, disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess. In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have
Oh, she has
been,
wings.
her chains rattling across the floor behind her.
I just realized she has tiny little wings. It's like she becomes more like you in response to... Oh my god, I just realized that just sent me to another dimension of thought. She becomes more like you the worse that this gets. And it's like we feel unsettled because we think, oh, we're not built like that. But after playing Princess and the Dragon, you realize how much you're like a monster. You're the monster of the story. You're the dragon. And so she becomes a dragon to deal with you in this setting. Oh, that just disturbed my entire worldview. Fascinating. And when she becomes like the apotheosis, it's her becoming more than you through a different method. She's becoming more than you by embracing herself. Whereas this is more becoming like you.
Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
Man, that thought process is going to send me for a while. Just the idea that if she becomes more feral, she becomes closer to your visage. And when she's becoming more within her, when she becomes more of a princess, she leans into her strengths. And only in certain stories does she become something else.
You're faster than you were before, but you're still meek, reactive, prey.
You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers. A pair of shining eyes peer. So she's cut off our escape. She's right there. That's fair.
Let's see.
If you want to see me, you should get better at seeing.
She knows that her strength lies in shadows and secrets. She won't reveal
I
herself
love the...
unless she has to.
Look at that face. Alrighty.
And you bear your weakness to the world.
She's coiling for another strike. We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble. It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive.
Play dead. I actually don't know what play dead does, but I'm not gonna do it. We're gonna wait and attack.
This is going to work. We're in. If we keep dodging her forever, we're going to get tired. We're going to slip as the princess lunges from the shadows once more and tightens her blade and lash out. It strikes, cutting deep, and the princess loses her focus, crying out in pained surprise as she crashes into you. You're sent sprawling and can already feel the massive bruise blossoming on your ribs as she scrambles back into the...
You can actually see it on her hands that she even has the same scales on her front hands as we do. She does become more like you in this one, huh?
Look at that. We wounded her and she wounded us. Bad trade.
That hurt. Are you just the cornered animal you seem to be? Or could you be a rival?
She rears back, then leaps at you, more
Look at
forceful,
that.
more ferocious, more serious. The scuffle is brief, and though you inflict a few deep wounds, you find yourself quickly overwhelmed by her savagery. You collapse to the floor, and she wastes no time before pouncing on you in a flurry of claws and blood, your nerves barely able to keep up with the onslaught. By the end, you're lying in a nest of your own intestines,
Yeah.
spine severed, blood rapidly draining out onto the jungle floor. The princess, drenched in both her blood and yours,
What a voice line.
idly prods your body.
So I feel like that's true of a lot of the like most visceral descriptions in this game, is that the lines are just so, they're so physical. Because to me, I feel like the best descriptions, the best writing, is very rooted in the moment and what's in the physical sensation. It's very easy, I think, for writing to feel passive when it isn't here, when it's back then. You know, you're stuck in yesterday when you're reading some of the... It's actually why I avoid the past tense. Unless I have to use the past tense to describe something, I despise writing a story in the past tense. Like, I don't do he said, she said. I say he says, she says. I despise the past tense now. Because as a writer, I get bored reading a story thinking about the fact that the story is already done. It's set in stone. It's already done. But when you're reading a story that says what is happening now, it's here. It's present. You are watching it happen this very moment. It is alive now. It's like the Spaceballs bit where it's like, what you see now is happening now. What happened to then? We passed it. When? Just now. We're in now. Go back to then. Oh my god, I have that still memorized verbatim. Of all things I have memorized, I still have Spaceballs memorized. Really? It's like, oh, cool. Yes. I could still remember all of the funniest bits. Father's, brother's, cousin's, nephew's former roommate. Looking
Oh, that's it then. Cornered animal it was. Do better next time. I still need to devour you. And it doesn't count if you're dead.
We're not dead, But you don't have time to protest her premature observation of your death, because everything goes dark, and you die.
The den.
You're on a path. Yeah. You felt her. She didn't have a soft When someone tries to make you dead. Great.
The stubborn is funny though.
Before. Oh, shut up. And how do you until we go?
All right, we're gonna go there. We're gonna go. We just gotta go quick. To the cabin.
You make your way down to the cabin. So we've already. It's a better plan than. I don't like this.
The plan.
The interior is dark and over. The only furniture of note, if you could call the blade, is your. Take it. Is no one going to mention? What are you talking? He isn't true. If that mirror's blocking our way.
Take the blade.
Take the steel claw. You good.
Approach mirror.
You heard that. So. You reach forward and see nothing.
Trick of the eyes. Let's go.
Into the darkness.
To the den.
If there were once stairs leading into the basement, there is nothing left to attest to their existence now. There is only a long tunnel of packed earth, growing more narrow as you descend.
See, this is what I mean, is like, if you're gonna use past tense, it should be to describe... it's like, this is the meaning of past tense to me, where it's like, it's part of the living moment. It's fine, like, and obviously if you're describing something like, you have you're describing, these were built here, it's like, that's not past tense, that's, you're talking about the past. There's a difference then. It's a different to use past tense than it is to talk about the past. Which is a weird sort of philosophy thing, and it's also... It's actually one of those things that's helped me handle my own anxiety, is that I don't think about... I don't really handle... I don't, like, grapple the past as a set-in-stone thing. It's that I grapple the past as a living moment I can revisit. And the future is a living moment I am going towards. Which keeps me grounded here, in the moment.
It smells of mold and decay. As you crawl forward on hands and knees, you're met only with the sounds of ambient earth. No voice slinks confidently up the stairs. No entity threatens violence or pleads for safety. Stay quiet.
Let's go.
You say nothing, maintaining the silence as you carefully make your way down into the basement. The basement is dark and cavernous, a gaping maw threatening to swallow you whole. There is no light here, save for what little starlight has managed to filter down the tunnel. And though you can't see the vastness of the space, you can feel it. You're exposed.
Yeah, the writing here is so good.
It doesn't matter if we can't see down here. We know where she is.
I feel like the writing for the den is probably one of my favorites, just because it's so visceral, so raw. Ready to
You
fight.
step into the shadows and are enveloped in total darkness. Your heart pounds in your chest, ears pricked, eyes wide despite the inky blackness, waiting for any sign of movement. There, she's about to strike. With the near silence of a determined predator, the princess erupts from the shadows.
Like I said, she becomes more like you. What a voice line. Like, think about how many of these feel like that. What a voice line. But yeah, this is you. And you, this is us. This is the person we are. The creature we are.
Your quick to react, swinging your blade, its tip intercepting her before she can draw first blood. She recoils, stunned for a brief moment.
See? I told you. We needed to assert our might. We needed to prove to her that she can bleed too. She'll doubt her every move now.
Her gleaming eyes watch you from the shadows, unblinking. There's fear in them now, but it is a fear wreathed in fury. And beneath it all lurks something far more primal. Hunger, yes. She knows your strength now, and she wishes to devour it. How unseemly.
I'd like to see her try.
The princess lunges with even more ferocity than before. Both voices were right. Within that ferocity there is the clumsiness of doubt, a chaotic dance between impulse and restraint. Not a word is spoken between you and the princess as you exchange blows in the dark. The glint of bloody claws and fangs, the flash of wet steel. In the pit, all of your senses are heightened, each injury stinging like a chorus of insects, each small shift in your favor a major victory that swells your confidence.
Yeah, this is such good writing. Like, you don't get stuff like this without excellency. Without just both experience and exceptional skill. More primal paths are more fun for the lack of true dialogue. It's that all conflict being centered around action. Right, and it brings your actions far more into focus rather than just being about just exchanging dialogue. Both are good, but I think this is like, it is insane to see how good this writing is.
And yet, for all the wounds you've managed to inflict upon her, you remain at a stalemate. And then you start to lose ground. While your body slows, hers quickens, her wounds mending as she licks the blood of her prey from her dripping maw.
So she really can devour our strength. Can we do something like that? All these wounds are starting to add up. Nah, screw that. We're not stooping to her level. We'll just have to give this our all, end it in one final hit.
We die if we do that. We have to make up. She shifts towards you, her bloody grin shining in the
God.
light. And then you see it. Your opening.
Take it.
I think I'm gonna go for Embrace Instinct.
You hurl yourself towards the princess's body, carving into her not with steel, but instead with tooth and claw. You are a blur of bloodied things that tear and rend.
So good.
Yes. Yes. We are not prey. We are more. The princess howls in fear and outrage as you peel away a chunk of her flesh. But as the bloody meat slides down your throat, you feel invigorated. Your wounds burn less, you feel faster, more responsive. Again, the more we take of her, the less she will be able to take of us.
I feel like this is the most vicious version of what I was talking about, where, yeah, you just start consuming each other.
There is no time to rest if you're to do this right. She tries to bat you away with her massive paw, but as the princess pulls back in pained shock as you crunch through bone.
That's disgusting.
You were the one who asked if we could do this.
I didn't think it would be so dehumanizing.
But we feel bigger than her now. The feeling doesn't linger. As you choke down the last of her severed arm, she lunges, taking advantage of the distraction the prince returns. Her arm starts to mend itself. We can't be small again. We have to you descend upon
We're going at it. Oh,
jaws
God.
gnashing, desperate to regain your power. You both lose yourself in the rhythm of the feast. You devouring her, and she devouring you. Mending and bleeding and consuming in an endless cycle. On. Come on, just one more.
Am I really the only one who's not on board with this? I'm gonna be sick.
The more you consume, the more the lines that differentiate you and her begin to blur. The flesh. We are the predator now. But words fade.
Oh God, I forgot about how gross this is.
And she continue to tear at each other in the darkness. There are no beginnings. There are no endings. There are no moments of calm.
The narrator must internally be like, man, I did not expect it to look like
Did
this.
You say no end?
Doesn't respond, he's gone.
We have one. We'll never.
Yoink. He was just like, I did not expect this to be an eternal match of eating each other. Embrace instinct in a dark den. Oh, I've never gotten this achievement. Nice. Nice. Alright, I'll see you guys later. I am nothing at all. Hello. Refocus your gaze and you see it. A figure faint and veiled in shadows beyond the reflection. Hello.
I think you know what I am.
Alrighty. Now, unfortunately. So yeah, he is absolutely the thing that created this place. So we've asked questions before, and he is the piece that is gone. He is the one that started this all. Goodbye. All right. We are the long quiet. Time to go one more time. Because we need to end stream soon. I want to make sure we at least get to have all of this, right? We need this. This is ours. One more time.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
It furls an endless cascade of smiles in response, patiently waits for you to continue.
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation? If you're saying that, it's because you don't
here we go.
understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
You are devoured.
Pray for something bigger than you that stalks and slinks in shadows. But we had a dance unfinished, and in the pitch black of the earth we found it, a ravenous symphony of death and rebirth. The dance is its own truth. It is the movement that matters, not the pause you mistake for an ending.
Let's see. I think I always go for a shared humanity is the one I go for personally. So you got life and death and chance of stagnation, but this isn't what any of this has been about.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me. To question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. To live alone within the caverns of your mind is to trap yourself in them forever.
Very true. To live alone within the caverns of your mind, that's a really true statement.
But
Goodness.
you found me, and we chose to trust each other for no reason than the sake of believing in something that wasn't us. Shared skepticism blossomed into freedom, but we needed to walk a path together to bloom. Would you stop our journey now that you've seen its beginning? What of those in the worlds beyond? Would you erase their paths to stop them from going astray?
This has always been about us, two people forced to hurt each other again and again and again. We don't have to hurt each other anymore.
You cling to your emotion, pain, and suffering. There is beauty in ugliness, and love in conflict.
Man, the quotes in this in this game just go so hard. Like any of these can be taken out of context and be so powerful.
What once was one, then was two, and then was one again. You gave me shelter when you burned mine down, and then you struck another match. I pulled you from the ruins, and then we built a life. What once was one, then was one again.
But it's made, I think the statements here are made far more powerful by the fact that they're in the context of this beautiful story.
The peace didn't last. The worm in your heart came for us. It took you from me, but you took me with you. And together we both left. What once was one, then was two, and also one again. You and I are bound together. To rid yourself of me would be to leave yourself forever incomplete.
It can be love and conflict and beauty and ugly spaces without bringing the whole of reality into the picture.
We are the whole of reality.
A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul, and endless growth that blots your vision and strangles your trust.
You know what's interesting now that I think about it? Because it just occurred to me. The fact that because she thinks about the world like, oh, it needs to be, we need to bring all of reality into this because the world ends here. Like I said it earlier that the world ends with you, and I feel like that's what she's almost able to see.
When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both. But compassion is a thing that must be nurtured. And you cannot nurture that which cannot change.
Not the whole of reality. Why don't you see me the way I still see you? Why don't you see me for what I am?
I could ask you the same. There is only room for one of us to be blind here, and I know it to be you. We are each other's mirrors, and are we not divine? A picture of a life, and a picture of a life, and a picture of a life. How deep must repetition still our movements, until even the air we breathe is stale? You doused the flames of false devotion, and in my despair, you lifted my chin, and the two of us danced beneath the stars. But the stars can't be seen unless the flames go out, and the walls come crashing down. Can you not do for all things what you did for us?
Doesn't have to be so big. You can come back down to my level. You can come back to me.
Why would I stoop to your level when I'm offering you ascension to mine? It's so peaceful here. Beautiful. Eternal. But ever-changing.
I feel like the difference here is that it's total change, total chaos, versus total order and total stasis. And it's the middle ground where life moves and changes, but things can stay the same for a time. That's where life is. The clash between you abates, the princess withdraws trembling.
You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
I feel like this is the one I wanted.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
It's kind of like the princess and the narrator both have a false notion of the world and what it could be, because they both believe in their absolute ideals.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Hi, hero.
It's good to be here. Seems like you've been doing all right on your own, but she's too many things at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get past all that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready? Then let's go.
And here we go. One more time.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
Now we're good.
Blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far.
Alrighty. One more time.
Stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
You know what's beautiful is I say the phrase one more time a lot with this, and I feel like it's kind of true for the story in total. Is that when you dance with someone you really care about, you're always excited for one more time. Even if it has to be in your memories.
I don't know what you want for us.
She sounded just like that. Timid and gentle. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
There you are. You look just like you did when we first met. Let's talk for a bit. Maybe we can figure this out. Yeah, I missed you so much. Not that we've ever really been apart, but still. It feels like it's been so long. Like this is some sort of a big reunion. You are so sweet, but the first time we met, you tried to rescue me, and I stabbed you like 50 times in the chest. And you know how bad of a job I did. You were the one getting stabbed.
I need to check a number really quick. I know this is going to sound weird, but for some reason that 50 times is what set me off for some reason. Hang on. Something just... It just like... It was like a memory. It was just like we said with Chuck Testa, where it's like... Wait a minute. What's this? I need to remember the name of the song really quick. Come on, brain, work with me here. What's the name of the song? Yes! There it is. Okay, I remembered it. How many times do you get stabbed? How many times does he... I don't know if this is on purpose. I need to mention it while I'm here. I think... And I really want to ask the devs the question to themselves. Do they listen to Avenged Sevenfold? Oh my god, it's just like, for some reason, the song A Little Piece of Heaven by, it's much more brutal than this somehow, but that song is also a love song wrapped in horror. And the term stabbed 50 times sent me like, wait a minute, that's exactly what happens in the song. Yeah, they mention... Oh, fuck. It just kind of hit me how much this matches. Like, yeah, because the person, the voice, the voice of perspective in A Little Piece of Heaven by Avenged Sevenfold is so scared of the relationship ending because it was going on for too long that he took all the possibility away from her by killing her, and then undead stuff, and she came back and killed him, and they killed each other over and over again, and then, but they still loved each other at the end in a really messed up sort of way. They kept coming back over and over in death. Together in death forever. Together in life together forever. And everybody fell apart, and we kept making new starts. Huh. I hope somebody figures out if I'm even on something with that, but huh.
I mean, yes, you were possessed by that freaky voice living in your head, but I also could have maybe tried doing anything else before deciding to kill you. Anyways, I'm also sorry. We both let things get a little out of hand, but we don't have to let that stop us from being who we want to be.
You know, when she puts it like that...
Me neither. It's so big. It's so much responsibility. And at the end of the day, it just feels like waking up in another basement. It's something we never asked for, trapping us somewhere we never wanted to be.
I know where I want to go.
Can we actually do that? What would that even mean? Where would we go? I want that too.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you. Don't mention it. Thanks for making all the hard choices along the way.
Time to leave with the princess. You lead and the princess follows, and together you leave the basement behind for the last time. Quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. There's an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You see attention seize her. She's unsure of herself for the first time in her long and short existence. There's no part to play anymore, and she knows this, yet she still is. Then she crosses the room to the door outside. You follow her confident steps.
Come on, princess. It's just a door. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. This is really it. Whatever happens next will be completely new. I love you too.
Ah, jeez. Watch the credits one more time. It's funny how much I think the phrase "one more time" is going to be locked with this game. I hope everybody, now and in the future, likes this. I don't know if this does the game real justice for me to just do another playthrough, but I felt like it was necessary, you know? In some ways, like I said at the beginning of stream, it makes me a little envious that something so beautiful can exist, and I look at my own work and hope that I can even, you know, it's a little bit sad to say that I hope I can come close, but I guess in ways it's both an aspiration and an envy that the people who worked on this were able to go so close to the perfection. That perfect moment, the lightning, right? And seeing someone else do it is so beautiful, and yet, for me, it sometimes feels frustrating. I guess I memento my mori too much because I think about how much I do. But I'm also thinking, how beautiful is it that these guys got to make something so awesome? They made something so cool and so wonderfully shared. And they got to share it with all of us. It's not about me, it's about them. And I think I think this is beautiful. I'm happy I played this again. And I'm happy I've played it so much, you know? Well, thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by. I couldn't stay to the end. I hope that, you know, I hope everybody has fun watching this. And the next stream I'll be doing is Sunday. I'll be playing Akane, which is a game I haven't seen before. Another place I've never been before that I'll be going home to. And, you know, if there's other games that I've missed, games that I still need to get to, let me know. I've played a lot of games already. I have done apparently 551 streams at this point. So, you know, well, give or take a couple 20, because I think that's videos in total, so it'd be like 530 more, but either way, you know, it's like I've been doing this for a while, and, you know, if you watch those, I'll be able to figure out which games people like most. And, you know, there's a lot of insights I have back then. The past isn't just to be gone for good. It's meant to be a place we revisit. One more time. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go for now, so now whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now and thank you so much. I'll see you soon. Thank you, Crooked, for being here.